Good evening, everybody. I said I was going to play Anno Mutationum today, and as you can see, that's not what's currently happening, because as an Arknights player, I am enthralled by the schedule set forth by the company that creates the gacha, and said schedule says that Saturday and Sunday are better for grinding other things, and Friday is best for doing main character progress. That's what we're gonna do. Ideally, I would like to get to 10-15 so I can finally get some of Heidi's freaking tokens. And I went ahead and looked, and there's story after 10-12. 10-13 is only story. There's story front and back for 10-14, and then there's story before 10-15. If I'm lucky, maybe I can get all that done in 5 hours. So, first off, we get to start with at least some gameplay before raiding. At Vendetta's close. Also, I should give a quick reminder of what happened last time. So it's kind of complicated because the Sarkaz were holding a bunch of people, including Heidi. Rhodes Island was trying to bust her out, and also the Tarans showed up, Dublin, with Mandragora because they were trying to get their person back. Because Mandragora cares more about her people than the overall adherence to the partnership that they have with the Sarkaz, so it's getting to be overly complicated. After so long, she dreams of another possibility, a way she could have taken her revenge, her vengeance. I don't know if that's supposed to be about W or what. So, how do I play this chapter again? I got Kazumara now, so I do have people. And thank you, Sultan Diaris, for the follow. Very kind of you. Always have Enforcer to push things. That's nice. Kazumaro and Spectre can both tank the big hits now. And not die. Gotta bring Heidi along, of course, since she is our giant SP button right now. What else? I guess in the interest of time, I'll probably bring Calcid and...
また外仕事か。はいはい。終わったら新装備のテストに付き合ってもらおう。
Excuse me, what else? On this map, defenders have triple... I think it's triple DP cost, so I'm not going to be able to get much out of them.
I'll see to the role I should.
Okay.
ルート OK。 装備も異常なし。出発。
I'm in a gorgeous mood right now.
We'll simply have differing viewpoints. No more.
That's not a good location. I'll give it a minute.
By your order. Enforcing. Enforcing. A struggle with an ideal to support it is far from meaningless.
Success is inevitable. No need to leave it to chance. Casimir, winds rise.
Well, this is not ideal.
Enforcing.
Let's begin. Awaiting orders.
By your order. Be careful not to fall from here, everyone.
Okay, so one of those ATVs comes out, and that's when things get a little stupid.
Shall the hunt begin? All right, it's showtime.
And let's check the map again. There's not much in the way of good range tiles here. Alright.
This battle is by no means out of animosity.
All right.
Okay, doing this I can double tap my way over there.
By your order. By your order. By your order.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. And...
I will hear you all out.
okay. They started doing their thing right as I was about to push my button.
Flee, Doctor. Ahead of me.
It's very rude.
Off we go.
If I put it here, then it will envelop here as well. That's not good enough. I need to put it over here. I should still be within range, either way.
We'll simply have differing viewpoints. No more.
Dust and the scent of rust.
By your order. I will hear you all out afterwards.
Uh-huh. It's straight out of one of my movies.
By your order. I will hear you all out afterwards.
From flexibility comes power. Beginning assignment.
治療が必要な人はいませんか？はい。
I'm in a gorgeous mood right now. Danger. Shadow.
By your order. Be careful not to fall from here, everyone.
Monster's definitely cheesing this. The only reason I even have Enforcer here right now is just because he can get rid of her block count.
Danger. Illusion.
Is there anything you need me delivering?
Uh-huh.
By your order. By your order. Be careful not to fall from here, everyone.
Who said the movie star couldn't be a real kung fu master?
Now that might be a problem.
Prepare to cast.
Hi, Ducking. How are you?
考えて改良した装備のテストだ。状況どうした？
Yeah, Monster really supplies this.
考えて新しい栄養剤の味はどうだ？
And speaking of Monster, we're about to have an issue.
Waiting is its own art.
Okay, I can fix this.
Waiting is its own art too.
I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Now, Monster's fine. Monster's got a big fat HP pool.
Enforcing. By your order, a struggle with an ideal to support it is far from meaningless.
Oh, that went, much better than I thought it would.
Do we have a ballad of victory?
But I'm not doing this without Monster. No way. I have a schedule to keep.
From true victory, aren't we?
I'm using Purgatory. That balances out a lot of things. A lot of things. Oh, you thought Cal was about to die. Oh no, I would never do Cal wrong like that. Yeah, the thing about chapter 10 is you can do the what's more or less the challenge mode stages at the same time, or for the first time around. So they charge you the full sanity for the normal stage as well as the challenge mode at the same time. So you get 2 Arunda, or you get 2 Originium Prime instead of just 1. It prevents you from having to do the stage twice. You're still in chapter 5? Yeah, that's got a lot left to go then.
Shall the hunt begin?
Yeah, that's fine. 5-7 is being a pain in your brain. I'll have to look up which one 5-7 is again. Maybe I can give you some pointers.
I have the intel for what lies ahead all sorted. Go forth with aplomb.
With a plum.
Give me orders.
何か指示は尻尾が流星のようだ。よくそうやって言われるの。
And here we have Heidi's super duper charge.
Is there anything you need me delivering?
At E2, she gives 0.5 second SP to everybody within her range, which is why she's going absolutely insane right now. Or why Flametail's charge rate's going insane right now. Oh, that is the wrong way. That is most certainly the wrong way.
Deserves to be enjoyed.
Enforcing.
It's okay, I can deal with this.
I will hear you all out afterward.
Nailed it. And yes, this does look very similar to Chapter 10 that we, or CC10 that we just did a little while ago. And that would make a lot of sense because these are the mechanics.
Let's get this started.
Enforcing.
Flametail's really good here because she also
By your order. Be careful not to fall from here, everyone.
more or less function. Nope, Flametail. One of them got stuck on her. That was unfortunate. I forgot what I was talking about now.
I gotta eradicate all evil.
Although I don't think that would have... I don't think that would have stopped Flametail. Hard to say. Anyway. I believe in me too. My first mistake was pointing Calcit downward, though.
私を目で追えるかしら
Dust and the scent of rust.
Yeah, you see how fast her SP is charging up now?
尻尾が流星のようだよくそうやって言われるの
Yeah, this looks the same as Chapter 10, or CC10, because CC10 uses Chapter 10 mechanics.
ターゲットが視界から消えちゃうのは嫌よね
Which, Monster and Calcit are very, very good against.
By your order.
Because Monster has an enormous HP pool, block 3, which means it pretty much always blocks, and Calcit can inflict true damage, which pretty much just instantly takes them out. I would use someone like Matamaru, who also has a super high HP, but the issue
何か指示はありますか
with that is...
By your order. A struggle with an ideal to support it is far from meaningless.
issue with that is Matamaru only has block 1, which makes her a little bit less consistent in on-field stuff. Because she has to compete with, like, the push strokers, which I like to use, or the Pioneer Vanguards.
不思議な感じね
And yeah, Matamaru hits like a truck, but she only has 1 block. Which is both a blessing and a curse.
Success is inevitable. No need to leave it to chance.
何か指示はもっと早く動けるわ
状況は
Casimiro, Shadow.
Oh, I love Matamaru too. She is my favorite special gal. Monster's gonna die here.
Struggle with an ideal to support it is far.
That's okay, we can live with that. Monster's recharge time is lower than the time it takes for this to charge back up.
It's time. Your tricks won't work here.
Heidi is also very valuable here because her S1 can just turn off block.
見えなくなっちゃった
Casimiro, wind, rise.
Which means if I want to make sure that Flametail is not hit, then I can just... Wait a minute.
状況は Let me witness this with my own eyes. Is there anything you can lift it? His
Be careful not to fall from here.
And I can do that. Who are those hot twin gals? Oh, this is Casimiro.
Ready.
This is actually Casimiro, and this is a paper clone of her. We know this one's Casimiro because this is the one it focuses on in the profile. But she also has the paper tail, which is kind of a little confusing. She's a ninja. She is quite pretty. I wasn't super into her E1 originally, but
Let's begin.
but her E2 is definitely very pretty.
Got it.
息する人がもっと早く動けるわ
And Casimiro is unfortunately not going to survive here.
Every battle deserves to be enjoyed.
Are you not supposed to put Unchained in the place of the Red Fox? What do you mean? Are you not supposed to put Unchained in front of the red box? Well, I mean, I could have, but Casimiro was doing a good job, and I wouldn't want to...
Anything you need me delivering? 状況は
I didn't practice. Well, I think I did for, like, the first little bit, and then I switched to Kaze.
Waiting is its time.
Struggle struggle with an ideal to support it is far from meaningless.
Mission accomplished.
Red Fox, not Red Box. Oh, you're talking. Oh, you're talking about Flametail. Flametail isn't a fox. Flametail's a squirrel. All right, get ready for 4 sessions of reading. Yeah, I was confused. Red Fox, Red Box. There's many red things. Okay. This is so strange, Doctor. We definitely shook off the Sarkaz warriors from before. It's like they know our position. Closure. Are our communications being traced? No. It's fine, Ducking. I was just confused. It was just, you didn't know she was a squirrel, so... And I didn't know that you didn't know that she was a squirrel, so it was multi-layer confusion stuff going on. Not a chance, Anya. I guarantee it. I set up triple-layer encryption on her transmitters. If they had the tech for that, then Therasis would have breached the land ship 100 times over by now. Doctor, I believe closure. They must be using some other method then. Miss Anya, we're a stone's throw from the rendezvous point. As long as we link up with Team 6, we can get in contact with the subterranean support unit. Once we're underground, Sarkaz pursuing us will be out of luck. It's okay, Ducking. Don't worry about it. No. Don't go that way. Huh? What? Wait. What? Miss Siege, what are you doing here? Aren't you under... Team 6's... Team 6's what? Why do you look so... Miss Sandra, have you seen all that blood on your hands? Your soldiers, they... gave their lives. That can't be right. Team 6 is still ahead of us. How could they run into the Sarkaz? We don't have time to analyze how. Doctor, it wasn't the Sarkaz force pursuing us that killed Team 6's soldiers. You mean... The enemy they faced had terrifying originium arts. It's more of a massacre than a battle. Hardly any of them had even drawn their weapons. You sure it was originium arts? I don't believe that. I saw this red bug thing tear the soldiers' chests apart. Bina, you saw it too. That was a genuine monster. So the perpetrator is no ordinary Sarkaz. We have to change course. Mr. Feist, are there any other routes that we can take? Yes, but we don't have any support waiting on it. If we run into the Sarkaz forces, we'll be in for another hard fight. Find cover! Horn, what the hell is this? What did that Sarkaz throw at us? A bomb? None of us even saw it. Yeah, that was apparently Manfred's doing, but we don't know that yet. Originium arts. Eyes up! I just saw something red flash by in midair. Retreat! Like a thunderbolt or something. That's Originium arts? Yeah, I'm assuming it's him too. These abominable devils! Oh, there he is. There's his nice little T-Kaz route right there. Still won't come out. Your war, your battle, your fight. It can't be this game of runabout you're playing. Damn it, White Wolf. 5 aerial blood streaks at once? Horn, we have no chance of... No. No matter how strong the arts, he's only one person. What did Victoria do in the past to prevail over the Sarkaz again and again? You mean... How many bolts do we have left? Cover me. Yes, sir. A pitiful act of defiance. Now is our chance. Counting on an arts bombardment to make your escape. I'll give you a rude awakening. What I said still stands. As long as my soldiers remain here, I will not flee. Not bad at all, White Wolf. Do you have the bravado to reverse course and charge me? Such a shame, then. Ugh. Whoever told you that a Sarkaz depends solely on... Whoever told you that a Sarkaz depends solely on arts in a fight? Even wielding no more than a sword, I can still defeat every last one of you. Beating me may not be so difficult, but making me fall will not be so easy. How very brave of you. It's thanks to that valor of yours that I can end this battle that much quicker. The instant he thrusts his sword out, the soldier before Manfred abruptly vanishes. She seems to practically dissolve and melt through the wall behind her, leaving not even a ripple. These arts are unfamiliar. Vigilance! Dagger from thin air? No, not from thin air. You react very fast. I'm afraid I'd have one more hole in my chest otherwise. Target found! Take aim! The hell? They vanished again? They're too fast! I can't land a shot. Shields up! Up! Quick. Shit. Are they able to blink? Blink? No such arts could be cast without leaving even a trace. Or is this a diversion? Don't let them fool you. All men, cast precision aside. Attack at once. So long as the enemy is still in front of us, they have no escape. Have we hit them? General, there's no body. Ground is shot to hell. Where can they still be hiding? General, behind you! Show yourself and your life is mine. Really? Hey, it's Misery. Manfred, you put it very well, but unfortunately you were only half right. Half? Sarkaz do not depend solely on arts to fight. This is Misery. He's an elite operator. But in no world do Sarkaz wield swords alone. The ground shouldn't be this soft. This place is gonna swallow us. I'm losing my grip on my blade. General, you're sinking too? Nobody move, and nobody panic. The dagger is a staff. These are arts and nothing more than arts. You're very calm-headed. Good. You've saved your men's lives. However... Ground's nearing my stomach. A sword. With your swordsmanship, Blocking my attacks would be a simple task. But the more you struggle, the quicker the ground swallows you. Is this how you want to go? This self-destruction? General! No one come near! Or you could cease all movement, same as your men. You want me to wait as you run my heart through? It'd be tough killing you. I see now. Not actually here to take my life. I never imagined that outside Ascalon, Rhodes Islands would have another apex Sarkaz assassin. I'm no assassin. Unless it's called for, I have zero desire to harm any Sarkaz at all. But here you are, abating our enemies. Are these Victorians your enemies? What I see is a group of bruised, weary warriors on the soil of their own home, struggling painfully just to live. You and Therasis, on the other hand, are turning the Sarkaz into the enemy of all. I'd entertained having a talk with your people, if I had the chance. It's a sorry thing that we should first meet on the battlefield. Rhodes Island Elite Operator. It's gone again? The ground's back to normal. A hair's breadth. I was on the cusp of capturing him. His arts are all too exceptional. They can induce hallucinations without infecting our nervous systems. There are marks of energy transformation on the ground. Could be. General, they're all gone. Those Victorian soldiers, I mean. He would visit me and stall for time. Just to extricate those half-dead soldiers one by one. Are we pursuing them then? Do you think we can? I may have called it a hair's breadth, but against a caster of that level, a hair's breadth is tantamount. It's tantamount to guaranteed failure. Damn it. We were set to clean out all the rebel forces by today. Now a mercenary has gone traitor, and some mystery casters held us back. Rhodes Island. This is all because of Rhodes Island. We missed our chance to round them up in their entirety, but their losses can't be light, can they? They had their chance to hide in the dark, now they've driven front and center. For them, revealing their forces is already a colossal tactical. An assassin, an expert special illusionist caster, and the as yet unseen Banshee. This is Logos. Logos is the Banshee. How many cards does Rhodes Island still have up their sleeve? General, what are your plans? Let us go. Before we deal with Rhodes Island, we must first put the Before we deal with Rhodes Island, we first need to put the discontented clown in its place. Hi, streamer. If you ever want to catch up on Chapter 10, I got my videos up on YouTube. This should be far enough by now. Is this outside the factory district? You cut open space with your dagger? Don't always trust your senses. Picking your eyes is much easier than influencing space. You've rescued me, and not just once. My eyes might not show me the truest answers, but my senses never lie. Yeah, my YouTube, chapter 10 and chapter 9 are on there. If you scroll down, you should be able to see my YouTube link. Just who are you? Misery. A misery of Rhodes Island. Rhodes Island? Sorry. You'll get a chance to hear a full explanation from Bagpipe in due time. Bagpipe? He's a coworker at this point. Not to mention the last friend my best friend had ever made. Sounds like I've been quite a bit out of the loop. Before I lose myself to the joy that Bagpipe made it out, allow me to once again thank you and Rhodes Island. Get out of here first. Chances are we'll be meeting again soon enough. Manfred's almost worked out the truth of my Originium arts. He could be coming after us any moment now. No. Imagine he'll be busy with something else right now. You mean Dublin. County Helix Mandragora. No way she's leaving this factory now. Are you giving yourself grief for not being able to personally avenge your comrades? I'm just lamenting. Myself for standing here, forgetting that I missed the opportunity to kill her. Or her, for being long since beyond saving. That's odd. This is what you agreed with them, right? Why aren't they here to back us up? Ugh! The hell is this? Sarkaz! It's the Sarkaz! We have to run! Ugh! Were we spotted? No. Not like this. Spy, we have to go. Only 10 meters to that sliding door there, right? Just 10 meters. We're out. And... alright, let's run. It's like we used to. You pulling me. We only had to run fast enough that those noble kids couldn't catch us. Tess! Get down. Lock them. Bastards. Can't even rely on you in a time like this. Manchigora? What? Can I tell you to stay quiet for now? I can't keep walking. You go. What? Can't you see? I've been doing all this just to save me, to gain favor with the leader. Is there a difference? What are you talking about? We're just 5 meters away. Our people are right outside. They're gone. What? Manchigora? Leader? It's long since abandoned us. Spy! Bastard. Bastard. Stones go. Skewer them. And kill every one of those Sarkaz. You'll be alright, Spy. Just an arrow. We're 3 meters away. Even if I have to carry you. Just go. If you can make it out, don't head for the leader. You just die? Who said you could die so easily? Lillian. Lillian, you bloody disgrace! I'm not letting you die here. You stand up for me. Stand up. No need to work yourself up. Who was she talking to? She was talking to the... She was talking to this guy, the Taran secret agent. Like, how did you miss that? You won't live much longer either, Manchigora. You and your old Taran friend will meet again before you know it. Manfred, you cost me another 11 lives. Oh, and she said block them? Oh, they're being attacked right now by Sarkas. They're just being attacked at range. They're trying to get away. You don't know the half. You don't know anything of what it took to kill that many Sarkas. This is exactly why you must die here. Perfect. Drop yourselves right into my lap. I'll crush every one of you into paste. No prisoners. Oh, got Manticore.
Mission complete. Good work, Doctor.
Yeah,
Let's
pop
take a
off,
quick break
Manticore.
before
Yeah,
battle.
see, this is what happens when you do the challenge mode. This is what you get normally. This is for... or rather... Hold on. This is what you get for doing it the first time at the lowest level. No. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, I'm confused too, don't worry about it. This is what you get for doing the... You know what, forget it, it doesn't matter. This is what you get. I'm not required to think. I no longer have to think, I'm done with the map. Don't judge me, thinking is difficult. You said you had issues with 5-7, right? I want to see that real quick. I can figure out how buttons work. Okay, solutions, 5-7 is... Oh, this one. Okay, okay. So one of the tricks, would you like some hints how to deal with this? If so, let me know. So since the or wait. Do you mean 5-10? Or 5-8? Okay, don't worry, Ducking's figuring this out now. When you get back, when you figure that out, get back to me. Okay, it's 5-9. Excuse me, 5-9. Wrong with 5-9. This is sick. Put a defender here, put a defender here. Put somebody here, put an AoE healer here. Put a healer here. And cover all these lanes. That's it. That's all you gotta do. You know what? I can even do a practice mode of it right now.
Route OK. 装備も異常なし。出発。私を目で追えるかしら。気をつけなきゃ。お薬です。受け取ってください。
Okay, you need a lot of low-cost units. That's part of the problem.
指揮する人がいるって不思議な感じね。もっと早く動けるわ。
Because I barely had enough time to get that set up.
to pieces.
What do you mean that's all you gotta do? It's just as I said, that's all you gotta do. Also, if you have gravel, use her to tank some of these arts damages. Yeah, see, like right here, you need somebody to tank the arts damage. Otherwise, you're gonna tear somebody up. Doesn't matter if that person dies, they just need to tank some hits to mitigate some of the damage. If you have someone like, a nice, friendly little person like this, who will survive afterwards, that also works. You just need enough DPS to take down these guys so that they don't get by, they don't leak. But other than that, you should only need, like, maybe some 3 blockers and some decent, like, marksman snipers, because they do a good job. Yeah, I barely use, like, any type of special ability. These are just, like, normal pioneers. The hard part is not letting these guys kill you. Which is just, like I said, use gravels. Why are those big guys with crystals on their back? Well, you see, if you read the story, you would know that one of the characters, Mephisto, has infected a lot of their stooges with his healing arts, which causes the Originium inside them to go out of control, which, like, constantly heals them and makes them stronger, but also, you know, turns them into mindless zombies. But yeah, that's basically just how you do the map. Hope that was helpful. Crossroads. After an interminable journey, each and every person has chosen the path they long to take. You're so ducked. Well, I hope that helped you out. Gravel is really one of those units that's hard for beginners to learn because she doesn't seem very useful at the same time. But just being able to quickly step in and just tank some hits can be a huge, enormous help. My favorite Irish fail cat. She's having a bad day. Your energy is spent, Mandragora. Monsters. Sarkaz. All of you. Monsters. We're far from strangers to that sort of address. When I hear it from an opponent crawling on the ground, I'm inclined to take it as a compliment. Sarkaz. You're just like those noble lot. Disgusting. Arts. All natural born. Never learn it in a lifetime. You have the nerve to treat oropathy as a blessing. Countless Sarkas are burdened by this curse from birth. A festering body's organs oozing. If you hear anything barking in the background, that would be my dog. You see us only as pests spreading blight to drive us out from the cities. How many Sarkas each day become crystals scattering to the wind, cannot even be laid to rest in the soil of their home, simply because they wanted to see another sunrise. Yet you tell me, you envy this power. Is that your place to say, Victorian? You're calling me a Victorian. You really know the best way to insult me, Devil. You know why I avoid oropathy? Sarkas and the Barons. At least before they die, they get to see the sun come up. Us, we live in the cracks of the city, where a speck of black stone pokes out of your skin. And the next day, you're food in the sewers for the metal crabs. In Victorian eyes, we, weak little Tarans, don't even amount to what Sarkas do. Only power. Only power can let us survive. The Sarkas have never been interested in the resentment between you. Also, I thought Mandragora was infected. So it's weird to me that she says why I avoid oropathy. Not quite sure about that because in chapter 9, well, I suppose in chapter 9, Bagpipe just says using those arts like that can hurt you, and I guess using arts does drain people even if they don't have oropathy, so she might not be infected. It's difficult to say. I thought she was infected. All I know is I've given you chances before. Multiple. If you clean up your act and return to holing up in the north by the end of the day, I'm even willing to let all your petty acts here be water under the bridge. Bloody magnanimous of you. Should I be kneeling in thanks here, oh kind general? You can dream on. I've seen people like you. One too many. One too many times. Let me guess. You like the idea that we survive thanks to your charity. I've had enough of it. I've had enough of being a wager to you. Peace on the bloody board. My fate and the Tauren's fates are ours to decide. No other way about it. Yours to decide. You think you've managed to decide anything? From the moment you came to Londinium, your fates were sealed. You shut well up. I've had my fair share of failure, but so long as I kill you here and take all the intel that there is on Londinium, I can go back to the leader head held high. Kill me? With these grotesques of yours barely able to lift themselves off the ground? You know that even if the gargoyles of the royal court stood here, they might not be victorious against me. Don't you compare my arts to your devil witchcraft. Ten grotesques at once. For not being an... Okay, so she is not infected. For not being an infected caster, you must have some natural gift. Nevertheless, I don't even need to call upon the witchcraft you speak of to deal with these rugged little arts animations. I see your limits. Have you noticed the split in your staff? Once your flashy little tool shatters, you'll find you suddenly have everything in common with the frail, ordinary feline. And what in the bloody hell does that have to do with anything? The stone staff emits a crack in response. The ground beneath them trembles, with ruined grotesques all around standing up once again. They stagger and charge at each other, binding to each other tight, and form into a singular, giant statue, close to 5 meters tall. With a great roar and a flap of its wings, it swoops in, bearing down on the Sarkaz. Defend! Yes, sir. General, you be on guard. Take care of yourselves. This counterfeit cannot harm me yet. In testament to the Sarkaz's words, he uses no kind of originium arts. The colossal grotesque turns to him with a howl, the wind from its beating wings blowing a torrent of bricks against him, fangs almost touching his cheeks. And yet he simply thrusts forward once. Stone statue halts in midair. Seconds later, collapses into a sea of rubble. There you are. No longer can you play about with those stones of yours. Devil. And now you act so arrogant. All because of the damn power you were born with. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. You think after killing me you can scurry back to your leader and reap your reward? Even if you truly could pull it off, I invite you to wonder. Would she welcome you back with open arms, or would she send you straight back to Londinium? Relay to Count Morning that the leader assents to all handling of Dublin forces within Londinium by the Sarkaz. If necessary, apologize to that Sarkaz general. That Dublin has no intent to ruin its peaceful relationship with the Regent of Sarkaz, of Castle. It was never on the cards to truly work in cooperation with him, given the gall at his side. But we're still in no rush to make ourselves enemies, are we? As a token of goodwill, ask the Count to mediate, and have the other nobles forces hand back the few Sarkaz messengers they've intercepted at the auxiliary plate close by. Don't you worry. The Duke of Wellington will not forget the Count's efforts. The leader in Dublin even less so. Tell him he needn't panic. Once the leader allays this current situation, we'll go meet up with him in Londinium. Dublin commander from before? You wonder how she's doing. Mandragora. Mandragora. I've been kind enough to her. I even went out of my way to plead the leader for leniency. That's why Mandragora even went to Londinium. She barely scraped in that final chance. You have to understand, the leader's never been the least bit satisfied with what Mandragora and her cohort accomplished in County Hillock. Why can't she just understand that at this point, Dublin no longer needs the title of the Spectre Force? Ultimately, we look to found a new nation for the Draco and the Tarans. And how can we hope to gain the massive support? Yeah. And how can we gain... Yeah. And how can we hope to gain the masses' support with nothing but wrath, animosity, and their terror by intimidation alone? If she could just comprehend the leader's intent, learn to stay the flames in her own heart, withdraw safe and sound from Londinium. At least, when the leader reads what a good job she did, there'd still be a place for her. You know as well as I do, the leader's never forgotten her first Karan Patriots. After all, it was together they came out from the ashes. I gotta work on my harmony voice. I haven't actually gotten to use it with her in a while. I might be meeting a messenger from the outside come daylight. They'll surely be here on some count or baron's bidding, but without a doubt, behind them will be that duke from the Tarn region. It may be that they'll thank me for I rid them of an unstable lunatic commander in their place, and established a better outset for them in their coming negotiations. Sarkaz are always seen as useful tools. Yes, on that point, we and you are alike, loathing those arrogant nobles. However, you'll have to call it here, Mandragora. Dagger. You would sneak up on me with a dagger. Suppose I can pull it off. Do your nerves grow through your heart? Did I skewer your brain too in the process? I've told you, you can't kill me. Moreover, even if you did, it would have no meaning at all. No meaning? If everything has to have meaning, well, there never was meaning in people like us living, was there? I'll kill you. Not because anyone ordered me to. Just because it's what I want to do. Truly a lunatic. A lunatic? Me? You look at that face of yours. Always so confident and cool. Right. You'd be clueless. Because you always get what you want done. So easy. Once the one you care about dies by your side. Once the one you most trust casts you away. Pins you to the ground with your own sword even. Maybe then you'll understand. Is this your final defiance on the brink of death? These curses of yours can't sway me one iota. Then why don't you hurry up and... You don't even need me to do anything. You're already dead, Karin. Karin. You're calling me a Tauren. Sarka. Laid on the ground, she raggedly forces a breath. The floor is cooling, chilling, and she gradually loses sense of her own arms and legs. Are they broken at some point? Or have they numbed and fleeing for her life? Do you want to live, Taran? Who is it calling to her? The sewers are right beside you. Climb down there, and those disgusting nobles will never catch you again. Yes. Climb down. The sewers give off the intense stench of rust and grease. Parts ripped from abandoned machines and cold scraps from a noble's dining table mixed together. She's starving, and she revolts at this hunger. Rust, greased, she can smell another scent. She knows it. The odor of death. The sewers are a tomb for the insects living in nomadic cities. The wealthy construct cemeteries inside the cities where land comes at a premium, and the commoners with little to their name have no choice but to cast ashes out beyond the city orbits. And the insects? They die without a word in the cracks between the pipes. Between the plates. They die where the sun will never shine upon them. Do you dare walk to your death? Should you have the courage to die, that is all you need to be granted a new life. Leader. She just needs to crawl to her left, scant inches. She'll clamber into the sewers, like back then. And there on her right, just on her right, her Tarn compatriot stares with eyes wide open, gazing silently upon her. Sorry, leader. It's time. It's me who doesn't need you. She uses the last of her strength to push her right hand out. Her touch alights on her old friend, changed beyond recognition. No one's after us now. Let's go home. Hey, it's Misery. Even though your meeting's end will be in death. Someone stands before her, firelight by his feet, pitch black reflected from his dagger. Mandragora grins. In her mind, she has met the true death. And we get no confirmation that Mandragora is actually dead from this point on. Because, I mean, she could perfectly be hallucinating that Misery, is the Grim fucking Reaper. Which, I mean, props to him. But, if you don't die on screen, you don't die at all. Especially if someone else is there to, talk to you right before you die. Definitely not dead. I believe in her. I believe in my Irish fail cat. Anyway, back to Feist. Oh, the Misery. Yeah, you got that right. There's an entrance right below that abandoned factory. Push that crane out of the way. That'll do. Alright? Thank you for showing the way, Mr. Feist. We'll be going along here. Everyone not wounded? Please lend a hand to who are... Bleeding hell. Doctor, we got pursuers again. How are they doing it? Ever since leaving the coal factory, we always get found no matter how many waves of enemies we repel. Let's handle these ones first. Right. This is our last chance to retreat underground. Can't let the enemy follow us under at any cost. The Salvation Corps has all their operations set up here. The Sarkas don't know which entrance is the correct one to these underground tunnels. On the off chance the Sarkas finds this one, Self-Salvation Corps and the city and borough's efforts will all be laid waste too. It's like that. Closure, ready the explosives. On it. But... Doctor, you want me to prepare to blow up this entranceway? That definitely works as a form of insurance. Are the Self-Salvation Corps gonna like that? Lavizia gave command authority to the doctor. What the doctor says goes. Amiya, we'll intercept the Sarkaz in the estate behind. Wait on my signal. If we fail to head them off, I want you to set off the bombs before it's too late. They're over here! Quit gawking around, your opponent's right here. Ugh. One team of 10 Sarkaz. We can hold them down. These few, but even once we do... None of you are getting away. The Sanguinar can smell it. They'll find you one by one. Tear your bodies open, slit your throats apart. Who's this Sanguinarch? Could it be the one who just raided another unit of Salvation Corps soldiers? Raided? You Victorian felines wouldn't be worth his raiding. He's simply hunting prey. As the Prince of Blood's quarry, you wouldn't even register in his gaze. No need to listen to their nasty comments. Kendra, you remember that run-in with the Salvation Corps soldiers? Burned into my eyes. Bloody scene. I've seen plenty of people die, but just smeared all over the ground like that. Barely even looked human anymore. Dagda, what are you doing? There's still some of them over there. Can't waste. Siege, I beseech you. Let us get out of here. Do you hear yourself? You're the one who wanted to fight the Sarkaz, now you're the one getting cold feet about it. I've suffered the humiliation of turning tail once before. Cope with it again. As long as we can escort Siege safely out of this area, I'm willing to come back and wage war to the bloody end with these Sarkazes at any time. Fine. Siege, have you finally made your decision? Perhaps I have. Dagda, I've already seen your choice. My choice? Go. Vina? Hold on. Go and find the one you need. Don't let these Sarkaz stand in your way. Are all of us down here now? All surviving self-salvation soldiers are here. It's all thanks to you that we could even make it here. Still missing 4. We're here. Returning from the siege group. What about Miss Dagda? Is she alright? Don't mention that bloody arsehole to me. She's not going to feel it, no matter how hard you pound the walls, love. Dagda has her own thing she needs to do. Amiya, I apologize to you and the doctor for her departure. No need to apologize. I sympathize. These are special circumstances. I can understand Miss Dagda's decision. If we're sure we don't need to wait for her... Closure. You got it. That's that blown then, eh? If Dagda wants to come back, maybe she'll have issues finding the way. She won't. You know what? She won't. She won't find her way to us, or she won't come back. Leave Vina alone. We still got a ways forward to go. Right. Before we go, Self-Salvation soldiers are still waiting for us. Alright, if you enjoyed that reading session, get ready, because we have another reading session. Oh, this is... Still normal. Stark has requisitioned engineering drones, charged the Londinium's secondary defense artillery at increased speed. Chapter 10 seems held on. Yeah, you start to get a notice for that after about chapter 6. After about chapter 6, things start getting really lengthy in text. Because this game is a visual novel in many, many ways, and it doesn't give you the quality of life of a visual novel. Like, if you want pain and suffering, and please know that I love and adore Calcit very much, but she has a lot of monologuing lines in Chapter 8. A lot. A lot of Chapter 8 lines. I mean, it's still okay, but it goes on for a while. There, I don't remember the word count, but it's a big word count. But Maria Tallulah's monologue was worse? Oh, no. Tallulah was fine. Tallulah was fine. Deathless Black Snake just likes to hear himself talk. Gonna do that real quick.
Protected against electrical discharge?
Alright, we're good. Well, that's... Strawberry, you have to understand, that's a villain monologue. Totally different type of monologue. Villain monologues are almost funny in the way that they go on. Calcit. This is how Calcit talks. She uses 1, 2, 3. She uses 4 sentences to say you can refuse an examination if you want. Like I said, I love Calcit, but she is very verbose. Still, I love her. Very melancholy woman. Aim. You realize that under such sight, you never had anywhere to hide. I wonder if that is as long on Stian as well. Yeah, it is. Okay, well this seems like a pretty simple map. Oh, but the drones that they're talking about were also in CC10. Those were my first experience with them. And see if I can pull them up real quick. They are special drones. They are very special drones. Okay, that's Dossless. Stark has requisitioned engineering drone, which is some kind of bloodborne creation. It is a drone that is invisible. And if you remember, well, you can take damage if you're invisible if it's via the cannon. The cannon ignores invisibility. But for all intents and purposes, you need to block the enemy in order to, you know, decloak invisibility. But since it's a drone, it can't be blocked. So you have very limited ways on revealing it. I mean, fortunately, we have Silver Ash, and we have Scene, and we have let's see, we got Silver Ash, we got Scene, I got Elysium, and if worse comes to worse, we have Suginogi. Chances are we're probably just going to be using Scene. Or I'm just going to tank it like a boss, because that's my favorite strategy, tanking. Alright, but first, more plot. We can't escape from plot. We're down 13 civilians and 9 soldiers. Rose Island. They're proving to be quite troublesome. General, we finished the head count of the remaining Dublin soldiers. Give them one chance. Those willing to join us will enter the mercenary squad. As for those who aren't, you already know what to do with them. Yes, sir. Not your best showing, General Manfred. Is this W? No, this... I didn't expect you for Confessor's messenger to still be here. Who the hell is this? Confessor's guard? Okay, whatever. But the leader and the regent are concerned about the battle situation unfolding in this inconspicuous corner. I trust the Sanguinarch is no exception. After all, his generosity last night took a lot of pressure off of us. Alright, he wanted me to let you know the atmosphere here is too filthy. He doesn't plan to wait around much longer. At the moment, he is in the unfortunate process of requisitioning the property of a factory owner, and will be enjoying a late dinner. Requisitioning? I do hope that whoever the prince requisitioned the factory from isn't one of our partners. Does that matter? These inefficient factories provide us with hardly anything worthwhile. All they do is breed pests. His patience will only last until tomorrow night. If you are unable to provide him with a satisfactory banquet, then he will sweep these filthy streets as he sees appropriate. Is this the Sanguinarch's intent, or the decision of the Military Commerce Commission? Always fussing over these irrelevant details. This is exactly why you've been pinned down in this little dump. His Highness expected more from you. Please report back to the Prince. We are deeply grateful for his assistance, and will proceed with the next phase of the operation. Very well. We look forward to seeing your results. My friend Lyra is streaming Pete's Tower. Good for her. Good for her. Maybe if I finish in a reasonable time, I can actually raid her. Heading off to war isn't nearly as much of a slog as talking to these royal court people, eh? So this is where you've been hiding. I assure you I haven't been slacking off. You can stop cradling that arm you nearly lost. Tell me, which of your old acquaintances did that to you? The one with the explosives or the one with the sword? Sorry. It hurts so bad I can't remember anything. Since they left you with another arm to pick up a sword with, it seems whoever it was still has a soft spot for you. The one with the sword is Ines, the one with the explosives is W. It's almost daybreak. Yeah. Looks like it. Stop leaning against the wall in a daze. Break time's over. Mercenaries aren't eligible for sick leave, right? Let's go. The battle's far from over. How many injured are there? Take them to get treated right away. I'll also help out. Thank you. Bring Harma over here. We need to speed up the evacuation. Also, dispatch some messengers outside the city. Worst case scenario? We need to be prepared to relocate the bulk of the population. Yes, Commander. Miss Siege? Miss Siege? No, do not want to skip. Oh, sorry. Your voice always makes my mind wander off. You must be exhausted. It's like our soldiers. Thanks for your concern. I'm hanging in there. Piece of intel you brought back. That the warriors of Team 6 were slaughtered by extremely terrifying Originium arts. It's critically important to us. If only I could have gone to the surface to check on them sooner. No, you would have been in danger too. Besides, you have done enough. If not for your quick thinking, it might not just have been Team 6 that ran into him, but the rest of our troops and your people as well. Who is he? The Sarkaz soldiers seem to call him a prince. 3 months ago, a nobles' banquet was held in northern Londinium. It began with great fanfare. The lights stayed on the entire night, and it wasn't until the servants went to clean the venue on the second day that they discovered that the only thing left was a still-playing record player. Everyone was dead. All killed in a single instant, it seems. Some of them still kept their posture from the moment of death, glasses raised in a toast. Among the slain were those with connections to us. Heidi knew them too. That's right. I lost several old friends that night. The Self-Salvation Corps also lost a significant portion of their network within the city. It's not for no reason that we retreated to the edge of the wall. But it's thanks to Heidi's unfaltering efforts that we managed to survive. Soon enough, we'll have a chance to face the Sarkaz head-on. Before that, though, we still need to escape the gaze of that terrifying individual. Amiya, would you happen to know who he is? If my hunch is correct, the person looming above us is probably a vampire. This'll be tough. How tough? To be honest, it's probably easier for me to make a new one from scratch than try to glue the pieces together. Don't have the parts. Huh? Way. We're in Londinia. Most of our industrial resources are controlled by the Sarkaz. And we don't exactly have the luxury of scrounging up for scraps for something that won't be used on the battlefield. Your work environment is way too impoverished. You can speak your mind. Commander isn't here. Way too much of a challenge. Disclosure. What's up? Did you know, when you talk about being challenged, your eyes seem to light up. Physically. Huh? Really? Must be because I'm getting excited. Is it scary? It's fine. To be honest, it wasn't until I met you that I found out, that Sarkaz can do more than just fight. Oh, there are a lot of people who aren't fighters. Like me. Naturally, I'm a vampire, so of course I was born with some handy talents. What is this speed? Take a week for me to do what you just did in a single night. Why do you think the pillars of Rhodes Island are so good? Take a good look at my eyes. If the Rhodes Island landship was filled with vampires, working at night would be no problem, and we'd cut down big on the electricity bill. Are there a lot of vampire engineers? Of course not. They all... Hey, why'd you start shuddering all of a sudden? Blame Londinium. Been a long time since I last felt the fear of being this close to a den of evil. Look, my hands are totally frozen stiff. And I need these hands. Could it be that Team 6 ran into... Sure hope not. If so, for real, I need to give you guys a serious warning. Just in case. I mean, just in case. If you ever run into another vampire, run. Yeah, it might already be too late by then. I hope you'll never ever bump into them. Closure's a vampire, but she has complicated relationship with her family. As do most of the Sarkaz aligned with Rhodes Island, since they're, Ami is the true king of Sarkaz, but she's not really recognized as such. She's considered like a false king by a lot of people. So, aligning yourself with Amiya is basically trying to mark yourself as a renegade to the Sarkaz. Morgan, you and Indra will go help the Salvation Corps relocate. I'll be there right away. Vina! What is it, Doctor? Were you looking for me? How are you doing? I'm fine. But I'm really worried about Dagda. No different from how you're worried about us, though. We both have our own responsibilities to shoulder. Dagda is pretty much in the same situation as me. Every moment she stayed with me, her actions were bound by responsibility. No matter how many times I told her to make her own decisions, she would never be able to choose any other outcome. When we truly have the capacity to make a choice, what truly matters is having the authority to make that so-called choice. Otherwise, it is nothing more than coercion, wrapped in a more palatable package. I don't want to have to push her along ever again. She needs to accept herself, and walk down her own path with conviction. What about your choice? You can also go to them and tell them who you really are. No matter what you decide, Rhodes Island and I will support you. Becoming a run-of-the-mill soldier might be the easy way out. But my family name, no matter what you all decide to call me, can't deny my name. Part of me. Or you can just be cool like me and just get a name change. That's always possible. Disregard your name. I hope I didn't scare you by telling you the truth, Doctor. Dr. Calcid said she was willing to tell you, but I decided to do it myself. Your family name is Victoria? You don't seem all that surprised. Maybe because I only care about the present. That's right. What's most important is always the present. When I made the decision to leave Victoria, all I wanted was for me and Indra to live to see this moment. Yeah. When I'm around you, I can always relax so easily. It might be because, even when you found out the truth, the only person reflected in your eyes was the operator known as Siege. Instead of Victoria. Coming back to Londinium has brought back many memories. But at the same time, so much has changed. The decisions I make no longer solely affect my team. Doctor, I don't actually want choice to be an excuse that holds me back. I'm here today as a result of my choices. Someone once said I'd find my own path. Dana, I want to share those words with you too. You always have the right to choose. Always remember, kids, you can always stand up and walk your path. It's the central core theme of Xenoblade Chronicles 3, so if you play that game, make sure you pick up on that. Miss Heidi. Amiya? I'm currently attending to the wounded. You practice medicine? Only some basic nursing technique. This job inevitably brings me into many emergency situations. To give me and my friends a better shot at survival, I had to at least learn to use a first aid kit. You're really amazing. All we're doing is protecting our home. But Elsa and you, Amiya, all carry so much more responsibility on your shoulders. We've lost a lot of people on this operation. I feel the pain of the Self-Salvation Corps' soldiers. They've never had to deal with such horrific enemies before. Sanguinarch. Did he come here because of us? Amiya, what you need to hear isn't me saying, no, it's not your fault. Yes. Lavizia said she was afraid Rose Island would get the Self-Salvation Corps involved in a war they weren't part of. If working with us puts them at greater risk. During last night's operation, what would have happened if Rhodes Island had not been there? Without W colluding, had she not stopped this mercenary leader, and without Rhodes Island's operators keeping Manfred at bay, we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. The calculus of exchanging one set of lives for another simply does not exist for Rose Island. But even if Kelsit were here, sure, she would say every opportunity comes with its risks. I understand. That's why we have to be better prepared. Angry daughter. Miss Heidi, I need more information from within the city. Not counting the Sanguinarch, how many kings do the Sarkas have inside Londinium? Excuse me, I'd like a bag of bread. I don't need your money, lass. Take all these with you. Huh? Hurry along and don't come out here again. What do you mean? I know who you are. Actually, we can all tell. Even if you took off your equipment and changed your clothes, both your actions and the look in your eyes won't fool anyone. Thank you. I might as well pack up too. Don't think there's business to be had today. We're doing another sweep of this street. Take anyone whose name is on the list. But what's going on? I'm just a runsteer. Didn't you come by to have fried fin meat before? You're the one we're after. Your cover runs pretty deep, selling fried meat to us by day, peddling information to the rebels by night. Take them away. Check those buildings next. They're all rebels. Why are the Sarkas suddenly going around grabbing people? Hurry! Take a turn up the alley just ahead and find the others. Ugh. Another one down. You lot, search that alley over there. Don't let a single one of them escape this burrow. Report! We ran into Sarkas as soon as we came out. They weren't guarding the city exits, they suddenly appeared in the middle of the streets. Commander, do you think our comms have been compromised? Please be careful. The soldiers dispatched out of the city have all perished. Can't hide for much longer either. So the for those that don't know, the thing that's happening is one of the king characters is kind of like a slime or shapeshifter, and basically he's just an inside man right now, so that's why they know exactly what's going on. Bloody hell, why can't I shake them off? Starcast seem to have suddenly figured out all of our passages and networks. It just... a single night? What exactly happened last night? Wouldn't you like to know? What the hell are you? My blade snapped clean in half. Away your dress. Are you a Rhodes Island operator? Thank you. You guys saved us again. Hurry back. Wait, be sure to tell Ami and the doctor that the underground isn't safe anymore. The traps we ran into yesterday are the only ones we've discovered. Ooh, gameplay time. Yeah, I think I can get through 10-15 by tonight.
Let's go.
Okay, so these guys are annoying as hell because they get supercharged. I could hit them with the explodies.
Success is inevitable. No need to leave it to chance. Danger? Wind rise!
Is she gonna survive? That's a good question that I'm not having. Oh, that guy's moving. That's bad. I don't like that. I hate this guy. Go away. Go away, buddy. Where are you going? Get away from me. I clicked outside OBS. Oh, that's gonna kill her. That's gonna kill Kalsith. It's not allowed. It's not allowed. Okay, so that guy just goes straight in. That guy stays there. Well, at least for a little bit. Okay, so I want to get these guys have low arts damage. Yeah, they have low resistance. So I want to get some arts damage in pretty quickly. So this is a map where I need to go fast. Oh, that was bad. And the range here is I can put somebody here, and I can put maybe a Mystic Caster over here to deal with this one. So maybe Iris can deal with that. Because Iris is good at that. We don't want to lose everything. And next up, probably need some more DP charging. Also, is probably not going to be the best here, so let's go ahead and Thema for that extra charge speed. And probably need one more caster. Minimalist should probably do a pretty quick job taking care of him. Alright, let's go in.
I will protect my home.
Yeah, Minimalist with Heidi up should do a lot of damage.
Let's go. Push. 足抜け野郎が。気をつけなきゃ。一気にかかってこい。ちゃんと狙って投げないと。
今回だけは手を貸して差し上げ。ターゲットが視界から消えちゃうのは嫌よね。何か指示はありますか？
We all simply have differing viewpoints. No more.
大丈夫、治ります。
Yeah, let's,
私だろ。
okay, we're about to get this guy, so I'm out of time.
行きま。力と栄光。
So this is war. Enforcing. A struggle with an ideal to support it is far from meaningless.
Well, that was almost okay.
Keep away!
敵見っけ。父の入場みたいに並んで来てくれたらいいんだけどね。
I just don't get you people.
It's gonna be a weird setup.
状況は
Especially because I don't want this guy alive.
Success.
Keep away!
Dust and the scent of rust.
Casimiro, wind, rise.
Is there anything? The young prince saw the other reach for the crown, and he raised his sword.
Casimiro, all ready.
All right.
And here's Mr. Happy again. That's no fun.
状況はよく目を果たせ。
Here we go. From flexibility comes power.
ちゃんと狙って投げないと。
This battle is by no means out of animosity.
Yeah, this is gonna be... These guys are gonna be the really hard
I
part.
just don't get you people.
情けねえやつだ。さっさと消えろ。
Those guys are gonna come down the center, so maybe I need to distract them and just charge up a bunch. And I know somebody who'd be very good at that.
わかりました。ドクターもご一緒されますか？
The problem with defenders is they don't have the, they don't generally have the HP values needed to survive that blast. Heavy right can, though. Because she has an HP talent. Or HP trust form. So I could try her.
仰せのままに。
Try to keep her HP up.
仰せのままに。
Okay. This one's gonna be tricky.
しいところに導いて差し上げますわ。
Give me your orders.
Beginning assignment.
Let me witness the young prince moving.
私を目で追えるかしら。
Alright, that's one down.
何か指示は見えなくなっちゃった。
指定の座標に到着。Is there anything you need me delivering?
Danger. Shadow.
Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's very bad.
ここで大丈夫です。砂嵐に会うよりずっとくだらないな。
Oh, this guy is the bane of my existence right now. As he hits like a truck. And he hits even harder whenever one of these things is live.
This battle is by no means out of animosity.
状況は
By your orders. Be careful not to fall from here, everyone.
今回だけは手を貸して差し上げますわ。
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
早く動かないと。 私を目で追えるかしら。ええ、どんな夢が見られるかしら。
Let's begin.
何か指示はありますか。一方が流星のようだ。よくそうやって。
Yeah, this looks like it might be all the enemies on the map.
よいしょ。改良した装備のテストだ。勝利か。鹿だ。せかさないでくださる。無礼者。やってやるってんだ。ここで大丈夫です。何ですか。捕まえましたよ。
And that's all the enemies, but I gotta figure out how to deal with the Nom Nom guys.
気をつけなきゃ。お薬です。受け取ってください。
Yeah, the Nom Nom guys. You heard what I said. Okay, so yeah, I was able to clear out everything except the top lane. Top lane's currently the thing that needs to be solved, which means I need plenty of arts damage and then one person over here in order to deal with the aftermath. Or it could be one person blocking here, and then whoever's over here, and just let it explode. So I might need somebody tanky. But I'd also need plenty of healing to do that. I need a wide-range medic in order to finagle that properly. It's up to over to that goes over here. If I put somebody here, they'd be able to do it here. If I put Whispering here, somebody can block here. And they should have enough HP to then kill that, which means I just need somebody to, let's say, have a D-cell binder to do bunches of damage. And to slow, and then I can use Iris to do the arts damage, because Iris got most of the way, she just needs a little help. And then that thing will come by, take care of that. Alright. Alright, we're getting it. We're figuring it out. We're figuring it out. For this one, I'm going to use... I could use Eunectus with her big HP pool. I could also try Vulcan. Vulcan's issue, though, is her downtime is really long. Maybe... Okay, if I use group camouflage, that should maybe keep her up if I need her to stay up. So I just need to be really fast.
If Gaviel's going, I'm not.
Instead of killing the first guy with Kazumaru, I'll kill the second guy with Kazumaru. Maybe that'll work better.
Let's go. Dust and the scent of rust.
Beginning assignment.
Let me witness this with my own. The young prince.
Wind, rise!
I can hear my puppies. Just need to keep her alive long enough.
Is there anything you need me to lift the young prince?
Might have done that a little too early. Oh, we explode.
Danger? As if I should fear it.
Yeah, that guy moves really fast. I don't think this is a hard map, it just has a difficult opening. 'Cause this guy is just like barely out of range.
Beginning assignment.
Rust and the scent of rust.
Illusion.
勝利か鹿だ気をつけなきゃ Is there anything you need? The young prince saw the other reach for the crown, and he raised his sword.
はい。私はここに。
Oh, they walked straight by her because of Heidi.
私はここに。
That's why.
ちゃんと狙って投げないと。
新たな挑戦ね。
Oh, heck yeah. Physical negate. Or physical dodge.
お薬です。あれが私たちの敵ですか？
私が痛みを消し去ります。
Also, I didn't grab a T-cell binder. That's a mistake on my part.
私に続け。
ちゃんと狙って投げないと。
何か指示はもっと早く動けるわ。
お薬です。受け取ってください。
So this.
お薬です。
This is very chaotic.
ターゲットが視界から消えちゃうのは嫌よね。
I just don't get you people.
腰抜け野郎が。Crosswords。お薬です。受け取ってください。
Outset's really saving my butt with making this, making these much easier.
Got it. You can't stop me.
What a waste of time.
Okay, we got towards the end, but then I exploded.
ごめんなさい。私が皆さんの足手まといに。
Alright.
「私も任務に参加するんですか？」はい、ドクター。出発します。腰抜け野郎。
Now let's try setting back some.
勝利か鹿だ。
私が痛みを消し去ります。
ええ。無礼者。当然、私だろ。
Success is inevitable. No need to leave it. Casimiro, wins, rise.
作戦の準備はできたか。各位、迎撃態勢。ここで大丈夫です。このシーンはよく知っています。
That's not enough DPS.
撤退ルートの確保とオペの準備を。
The environment's just really tight in general. It's hard to assist any place without being blown up in the process. Let's see here. What do we want to do?
If we run into any contingency situations, I will
Alright, let me be clear. I don't have any prior combat experience. However, I am going to take this mission seriously.
We'll simply have differing viewpoints. No more.
一気にかかってこい。
気をつけなきゃ。はい。大丈夫。治ります。私が痛みを消し去ります。お薬です。受け取ってください。
Hey, charge me up.
勝利か。鹿
I
だ。
know you want to.
今回だけは手を
And then when you do that, I will blow you all sky high.
ドクター、ご
By your order. By your order. Struggle with an ideal to support it.
Oh, boom.
Far from meaningless.
Just like that.
せかさないでくださる？わかりました。大丈夫。
All you gotta do is just hold him there.
無礼者。どこに行けば皆さんの援護は任せてください。大丈夫。治ります。
Okay, small problem. This guy doesn't want to die.
Enforcing.
はい。皆さんの援護は任せてください。 げないと。私はここに。
By your order. This is as far as you go.
どいて。
私を目で追えるかしら。
お薬です。受け取ってください。
Okay, now that I have the bottom lane kind of fixed, now I have an issue with the top lane.
大丈夫。治ります。
By your order. This is as far as you go.
Oh, that's gonna kill. But it took out most of them. Hi, Break Z, thank you for stopping by. It goes fairly well. Except this guy. He's kind of a punk.
Be careful not to fall from here, everyone.
What a waste of time.
Struggle with an ideal to support it is far from meaningless.
So now I can do the bottom 480 to watch it on the second screen. Y'all are using some funky terminology I don't understand. Sorry.
I just don't get you people.
So I figured out a way to do the bottom row. Top row wasn't working out so well. We need to fix that now.
ドクター、皆さん次の指示を待っていますよ。
As the guy wasn't dying quicker than I was killing him. Oh, the stream quality is in 480 pixel density, that's all. I don't know how to raise the quality of the stream. I'm sorry. I stream through Wi-Fi, that's as good as it's gonna get, I guess. I do what I can. Okay, so Videnko is not the answer there. There's only one person coming by. Maybe I could use Nightmare and she can, you know, just have it true damage itself to death. Maybe that'll work. I keep trying to use Nightmare. And it never quite goes as I want it to. Maybe I can bring another... Well, no, I'm pretty full on characters by then. I'll bring Theater just in case.
All right, it's showtime.
It's dependent on your recording settings within the respective software. It can look either way with the stages. Well, I don't know how to do anything about that. It is, I don't even know how to make the like the follow stuff appear on OBS. I am very technologically inept unless somebody tells me exactly what to do.
気をつけなきゃ。私の痛みを消し去ります。お薬です。
Oh right, you need to be caught.
go by the plan. 私はここにどいて。大丈夫、治ります。
Things are getting spicy.
Be careful not to fall from here, everyone.
ちゃんと狙って投げ。
そうしませんわ。
私の治療は見たくありませんよ。
当然私だろ。
大丈夫、治ります。
Enforcing.
Is there anything you need me delivering?
Alright.
大丈夫、治ります。まだ進むんですか？
あは。
お薬です。受け取ってください。
せかさないでくださる？
Oh no, I don't have enough time. And this thing's really heavy. Yep.
大丈夫、治ります。
And...
くださる？
Yep. That's unfortunate.
まだ進むんですか？
That should kill itself, right?
行きます。
Enforcing. Be careful not to fall from here.
That does not actually kill it. Thank you, Thank you, Nightmare, for a job well done.
あなたたちも読み聞かせをしてほしいのかしら？
So, top lane still has issues. Bottom lane's doing just fine, though.
お薬です。
For the most part.
This is the risk we must face for the sake of ultimate victory. There are times we must bear the cost of defeat too. Am I wrong?
Maybe I should just put Heidi over with Iris and feed her. Maybe that'll kill. Because, Iris has a pretty good stat, and the turbocharge from Heidi might be enough to make sure that her cycles do better. So I guess I'll just try that. I can't believe 95% of my strategy is to just have Heavy Rain do what she does best. But hey, I am a strategist who involves a lot of stall, and I know what works for me.
気をつけなきゃ。大丈夫、治ります。負傷者はこちらに。はい。
勝利か。鹿だ。
ちゃんと狙って投げないと。
空気がよどんでいますわね。
行くぞ。
Dust and the scent of rust.
ドクター、ご邪魔。
By your order.
ちゃんと狙って。
Yeah, now we're getting a nice spicy charge.
せかさないでくださる？ええ。
By your order. This is as far as you go.
あなたたちも読み
He lifted his slaughterer's blade, not believing that he could earn the love of a different line. お薬です。受け取ってください。
From flexibility comes power.
Iris didn't do enough damage.
ええ。
Well, that's unfortunate. And I can't turn that off.
狙って投げないと私を目で追
Can't
い
turn that off. Y'all hear anything? That's my dog. Isn't she adorable?
見えなくなっちゃった
Is there anything you need me to
お薬です受け取ってく
Be careful not to fall from here, everyone.
ええあなたたちの読み聞かせをしてほしいのかしら
So the cycles were better this time, but still not quite what I need for top lane.
ちゃんと狙って投げないと
I'm not really sure what to do about that.
By your order. This is as far as you go.
I guess maybe a healer. I guess I could do just exactly what I was doing up there. A healer,
手まといに
some arts caster, and somebody tanky, like, I guess Aurora. I could move Minimalist over there. Or hell, isn't this what I have Dreadnoughts for? Just blowing up one specific people? Hi Gav, how are you? I could just use Franca, I guess.
準備できたわ
I don't think Heidi would be able to keep up with the healing required for a Dreadnought, though, unfortunately. Whip out the Scotty Module 2? I don't have Scotty Module 2, I have the Scotty Module 1. Very different. Ooh, or Farron. That'll be fun.
Wait I need to prepare my equipment first
Alright, I think I got it this time.
Let me be clear. I don't have any prior combat experience. However, I am going to take this mission seriously.
This battle is by no means out of animosity.
一気にかかってこい。
負傷者はこちらに 治療が必要な人はいませんか お薬です受け取ってください
勝利か鹿だ。
Call for help immediately if you're injured ちゃんと狙って投げないと
行くぞ。
ドクターご用命ですか ご用命なので攻撃は専門外なんだけどなドクター死んで
By your order. I will clear you all out afterwards.
一気にかかってこい。
Instrument is operating fine. Now
燃えなさい
Crush him, Franca. Crush him. Now, why didn't I just do this in the first place?
Go ahead. Ready for blood transfusion.
just don't get you people.
A struggle with an ideal to support it is far from meaningless.
And bonked. That's unfortunate.
Give me your orders.
What a waste of time. Keep away!
Enforcing. I will hear you all out afterwards.
Medical equipment set. Let me witness this with my お薬です。受け取ってください。
私を目で追える
Struggle with an ideal to support it is far from meaningless.
お薬です。
This is as far as you go.
Let me witness this with my own eyes. Draw swords. ちゃんと狙って投げないと。
Oh, too late. Big boom. Bye-bye.
今回だけは手を貸して差し上げますわ
I might be able to salvage this, though. Oh, because Warfarin's actually healing her.
ビビってんじゃね
ここで大丈夫です。
無礼者
Instrument is operating fine.
There we go. Now we got a fully functioning thing that's gonna fall apart as soon as Franca's RNG messes me up.
えビビってんじゃね
Mission accomplished.
Weaklings.
But it's okay, we can figure that out at another point. Whoop, my game just crashed. That's unfortunate. It was texting me. Uncle's saying dog and get me water. So I guess it's a good thing that my game crashed, so I will go attend to that real quick.
Doctor.
And we're back. Alright, let's hope for some good Franca RNG. Why do I even have Iris now? Shoot. I need superior units, like Lancet 2. Oh. There we go. Excuse me.
使命に背きはしない。
腰抜け野郎が。
We'll simply have differing viewpoints. No more.
ビビってんじゃねえ。
I will say, Enforcer's been a big help this chapter. Oh right, and I forgot. Heavy Rain also has RNG associated with her.
Call for help immediately if you're injured. 残念ながら連中は汚染されてるみたいね。それなら攻撃は専門外なんだけどね。
I will hear you all out afterwards.
やってやるってんだ。やってやるってん。
Medical equipment ready for blood transfusion. 燃えなさい。お薬です。受け取ってください。
We're not here to be courteous. Keep away.
Okay, we're starting to have issues.
Enforcing.
Go ahead. I'll be right there.
Enforcing. A struggle with an ideal to support it is far from meaningless.
Well, that was not great.
By your order, a struggle with an ideal to support it is far from meaningless.
お薬です。受け取ってください。
Is there anything you need me delivering?
I am aware. Don't push me.
新たな挑戦ね。
By your order.
ちゃんと狙って投げないと。
Oh, this is very bad. There's too many things on the field. So,
はい。何か指示はあります。語が流星のようだ。よくそうやって言われるの。迷ってる暇燃えなさい。
Let me witness this with my own eyes.
指揮する人がいるって不思議な感じね。時間がない。
almost.
ごめんなさい。私が皆さんの足手まといに。
You think lining up everything alongside the blue exit could be troublesome? Well, everything comes up alongside the blue exit. There's not really much you can do about that. Like, 22 of the enemies come up through the blue side, which means I have to do something. And, my current strategy is mainly letting Heavy Rain tank, so I need, like, 2 healers to deal with this guy.
We'll simply have differing viewpoints. No more.
力と栄光を
負傷者はこちらに
Go ahead, finish your thought. Leave yourself 1 tile space behind your setup to do panic deploys. Well, that's the issue. If I move up 1, then they're in the blast radius of Heavy Rain. That's the issue. Like, this is the line. This is as far back as I can go. Still heal and not have them caught in the blast radius. Because over here, they have to deal with these guys. And these guys, you know, will tear up ranged units.
Commence treatment.
Heavy Rain dodge is just amazing.
The ledger for enemy intel at the moment. Take
Solid
care of all
23% that she just will not take damage.
私はここに
Of course, that adds an RNG factor, but
治療が必要な人はいませんか
I mean, who else is going to be an HP tank?
ご用命です。
Enforcing. I will hear you all out afterwards.
お薬です。受け取ってください。Go ahead. First aid here. Take it. 時間がない。息ももう止める。
Getting another message. How about I pick you up around 10:30, 11 tomorrow? Sure. Oh man, Franca destroyed that guy.
What a waste of time. Keep away.
I don't think Heavy Rain's gonna be up in time.
A struggle with an ideal to support it.
Not with me not being able to activate the skill in time. That's unfortunate. Okay, now's when I move up.
ちゃんと狙ってな。息ももう止める。
Because Heavy Rain's dead.
Be careful not to fall from here, everyone.
見えなくなっちゃった。
But now there's too many things, and she just dies.
We're not here to be courteous.
Enforcing.
Let's begin.
There's legit nothing I can do. He does so much damage.
This is as far as you go. By your order.
They gonna make it in time?
ちゃんと狙って投げないと。
Yep, they're all gonna die now. But I have nobody to block. That's frustrating.
ドクター、
私があなたを守ります。
If I had gotten Heavy Rain skill off, I probably would have had that.
We all simply have differing viewpoints.
勝利か鹿だ。
治療が必要な人はいませんか？
はい。
勝利か鹿だ。
Commence treatment. お薬です。受け取ってください。I don't have the leisure for enemy intel at the moment. Taking care of our operators has already occupied my whole schedule.
どいて。
By your order, struggle with an ideal to support it is
Bonk.
meaningless.
大丈夫。治ります。
Right there.
じゃあ
$2,700 damage. That's the power of Franca, baby. $3,100. Power of Franca, baby. Oh, right, I should do something about that.
お薬です。受け取ってください。
Keep away.
Yeah, Franca, like I have a high modulated Franca, so
By
she's
your order,
really good on my particular team.
a struggle with an ideal to support it is far from
She
meaningless.
has 69 HP,
死んで
and she dodged the crit,
時間がない。
or she dodged the physical.
We're not here.
Yeah,
to
this
curry
is
you.
this is a high module M3 Franca, so she can put out the damage.
Keep away.
Of course,
なんてね。
now we have another problem, which is this guy.
新たな挑戦ね。大丈夫。治ります。
Enforcing. I will hear you all out afterwards.
何か指示はありますか？
This is the problem. Heidi, save me. Heidi, save me. Charge faster. Charge faster.
I will hear you all out afterwards.
Nailed it.
何か指示はありますか？見えなくなっちゃった。
I lost Heidi in the process, though, unfortunately. Alright, we're good.
By
How
your
much
order,
damage is this guy doing? About 1,500.
何か指示はターゲットが視界から消えちゃうのは嫌よね。大丈夫。治ります。
Everything's a-okay. I had it all under control, baby.
Of time.
Still, that was a very close Heidi skill 2. Very close Heidi charge. Why they made Enforcer look so majestic? Well, like I said, Enforcer is actually pretty good in Chapter 10 because Bushstrokers, one, they do AoE damage, or they do multi-hit damage, so they can hit all the things that they're blocking. And when they push things off of them, their block count resets. And if you have enough masteries, you can shove them like 3-4 blocks. And Enforcer in particular, he'll inflict a stun, so they won't move for a little bit after he uses his skill, so they'll just kind of sit there, where they will then be promptly exploded on, as you so saw. One sec. Okay. So, we got one more story, one more stage, and one more story. The night's still young for me, but I have been streaming for 3 hours, so if my voice starts to fail on me, you'll know why. Voice actors, have a union-mandated 4 hours for a reason. And I, for one, believe in unions quite proudly. Have you finished cleaning the streets? Yes, General. Everyone on the list has already been dealt with. Some tried to flee to other boroughs or leave the city just as you said, and we stopped them as well. Only a few slipped through our net. The soldiers sent to chase after them seemingly ran into the same sarcasm from Rhodes Island as yesterday. Where is my water, for that matter? I don't know what I did with it. Oh well, I got backup water. Let them squirm their way underground. That'll make it easier for us to flush them all out at once. Multiple of our contact points above ground were attacked all at once? What of our messengers? They got taken as well? Doctor, I want to hear your view on this. Rhodes Island wasn't told where these points were. The only ones with access to that information are our own troops. Were tailed on the way back yesterday. It seems the seeds of crisis were sown last night. But I don't want to doubt our own soldiers. There's no way they betray their brothers and sisters. We can't overlook any hypothetical. How many soldiers were rescued? 12 people came back with Heidi. Among them, 9 only ever provided us information on occasion. The other 3 helped us transport supplies, so it is possible they know the locations of some contact points. How many more are in Sarkaz's hands? A lot more. Doctor, you know better than anyone how difficult last night's operation was. As much as I'd like to rescue everyone, I'm forced to admit we're not yet strong enough. Heidi's done good work. Being able to save those people already went above and beyond my expectations. The Sarkaz couldn't know who would be rescued. There were a lot of uncertainties surrounding our operation last night. I doubt the Sarkaz could have full control over everything. So if there really were traitors among the soldiers we saved, in all likelihood they would have been the easiest for us to rescue. The obvious suspects are clear. Still, I don't want to fling these accusations around about soldiers willing to bleed and die for their homeland. We need proof. How do you suppose we get that, Doctor? They call Feist and Rock. Let's go visit the wounded together. Why aren't you moving? The commander just sent news that Bill's about to wake up. Rock. I want to tell her that I'm stepping down as captain of the operation team. Take a look at these. Packages. What's inside them? Johnny and Gaby's belongings. Picked out the stuff to send back to their families. What remains are their tools, weapons, and equipment. You really can't get them out of your head. Then pick out something useful and polish it up a bit. That way they'll still be with us on the battlefield. Ugh. Sounds like the vice captain rejected my resignation. Go see Bill then. You're awake? Yeah. Something came up, so Miss Heidi had to leave. He was originally the one in charge of coordinating the wounded here. Coordinating the treatment of the wounded here. Wait, you're from Mr. Feist's team. Bill, right? Mr. Bill, should I go call Feist and Rock over? No, that's alright. Miss Amia, I decided to get up to talk to you. Huh? Well, I've always been curious about you. Amia, Rhode Island. Why do they trust you so much? You're just a coctus in her teens. Are you talking about our operators? We've been doing so much together. You're correct that they trust me, but that trust is mutual. As far as I can tell, it's no different from everyone in the Self-Salvation Corps either. You also trust Feist, Rock, and Clavicia, right? A mutual trust, huh? That might be a part of it. After all, you've been through your share of trials and tribulations. But your authority does not come from your bloodline, nor have you taken your position by force. You are far too young to have earned the amount of trust you enjoy. Mr. Bill? And deep down, you've thought about these things too, haven't you? But you don't dare show it. Your fears, your worries, your anxiety, everything is suppressed by the responsibilities they've forced upon you. Are you worried about me? Did you overhear my conversation with Miss Heidi? Maybe. I heard everything. I appreciate the concern, but my responsibilities were not forced onto me. Our operators placed their faith in me, and I am not going to let them down. Of course. Since the very beginning, they've always been devoted to you. But Amia, when they look at you, how do you know that they're not looking right past you? Searching for another soul that has endured the twists and turns of fate. Everything you believe, do you truly believe it, or are you dreaming a dream given to you by somebody else? One that you can't wake up from no matter how much you struggle. Mr. Bill. No, that's not who you are. Who exactly are you? Allow me to return the question. Amia, who are you? Amia, do you like the stories I tell? You'll still be able to sleep well, won't you? I don't want you to have nightmares. You won't? Oh, what a sweet child you are. That's right. While we may look different in many ways, we are both children given life and nurtured by this great land. Some of the stories you've heard are legends that others find terrifying, but they are indeed the history of the Sarkaz. You shouldn't be here. I see the energy gathering inside your palm. Have you not figured out who I am? Why aren't you attacking? I cannot touch your emotions, Mr. Bill. But I can also not feel any malice. Oh? You could have continued pretending to be asleep, yet you said all those things to me. Oh, clicked out. Ugh. Didn't I already tell you? We are very cautious about you. Keep clicking on the wrong thing. If not for you, we'd have no desire to come here either. Theresis has no sway over us. No matter what you're after, this is far too cruel. Cruel? Do you believe this face we're borrowing? Or do you mean this face we're borrowing? Yes, which is why I need you to leave. Black lines surged from her palm once more, weaving a net around the man in the Self-Salvation Corps uniform. One strand condensed into a lightless blade pressed against his throat. What a remarkably gentle threat. Amiya, a lot of people have told you this before, yes? You really are just like her. Not another word from you. Please. Unfortunately, you're still too immature. Always be aware of your surroundings before you make a move. It's Amiya. You're trying to kill Bill? No, Doctor, I take it that you didn't ask me. Doctor, I take it you didn't ask me to bring everyone here just to see the scene. I wanted to see who'd make the first move. I assume you're not referring to Amiya. Then, Bill? Rock, help me. I'd rather die myself than betray you. Stay away from him. No. Nobody knows the full extent of his Originium arts. His words or rather his very existence is dangerous. Miss Amiya, can I trust you? Last night we fought side by side. I thought Rhodes Islands truly had our backs, just as you said. But your expression scares me. As if I've seen it somewhere before. That's right, you're already mourning the pain and suffering you're about to cause. If so, then why? Why go through with it? The Sarkaz took my father from me right before my eyes. Are you gonna take my family away too? Sorry, Miss Rock, but it's too late. Your family member's already gone. But Bill's right in front of us. Must be difficult for you to accept. Don't understand. Look, Amiya, it's not that we're not willing to believe you, but we don't have your arts. We can't see what you see. Commander, I can see it. Captain? He might actually be the same Bill we know. But those wounds on his body... He got all those from saving me yesterday. Said it yourself, Rock. Sarkaz are masters of disguise. But we can't let ourselves be fooled. But... how? Look, brought along the metal crab I was going to give to Bill. See for yourself. Ugh. Well, when did this thing crawl onto me? He didn't even spare it a glance. The only thing in his eyes is Miss Amiya. He's so proud to have been deceiving us that he's long forgotten about the bond between us. All because of this insignificant little machine. Don't you think you're being a little hasty, Feist? Aren't we sworn blood brothers? I made a lot of hasty decisions these past few days. Bill, my good man, if he were still around, he'd be ruthlessly making fun of me. Miss him. Miss him so much. Whoever you are, don't make me pry that mask off your face with my wrench. Rock, are you going to break my heart just like him? I'll never turn my back on my family. But you? You're acting less and less like him. You would never talk like that. Never try to manipulate us. So you really don't think I'm the real Bill? Feist, are you really okay with that? I'll have you know, if so, then that means your friend died in vain. Anyone else might have the right to say that, but you sure as hell don't. You're pretty smart, but unfortunately for you, it's too late. Artillerymen! Artillerymen, are you ready? Yes, General. The cannon is aimed at the target. Remember, we're leveling every single building except the train station and the tracks. Yes, sir. Increase the output to maximum. Maximum? That might blow right through to the structural levels. Did you hear what the Confessor's messenger said? In their eyes, this whole tract of land, including the factories above, is worth nothing to us. Then what about our people underneath? Odier will guard the safe areas under the city walls. But what about... Who do you think is heading underground to deal with the rebels? The Sanguinarch? As long as you get it. If these toys can take him out, I'd be extremely surprised. As for the other one, I've been curious for a little while. If it came to an all-out battle with the prince, who would come out on top? Thank goodness you're all here. Huh? Why does it feel like I walked right into a fight about to break out? Anyway, Doctor, I set up some drones like you requested. They're really about to resume. They're pointing those cannons right at us. Notify Heidi and Harmo. We're evacuating immediately. Hold on, I'm getting a strong Originium reading. They're aiming at our current position. We've only got 10 seconds. 9. Run. Now. Why are you holding on to me? You said it yourself. We're sworn blood brothers. I don't want to pass judgment too hastily. Captain, I don't think I can carry the two of you. I'll admit that you people are very interesting. Goodbye, Captain. Goodbye, Rock. Bill wanted you to live on. Those were his last words.
Weaklings.
Texas not giving a single care in the world. Just dropping a weaklings on him. Alright, one more and I can finally get some Heidi tokens. I'm gonna read all this once I finish up with. Although these apparently also have notes in it. I'll still read it once I finish up everything. Alright, let's see how bad this is. Fleeing through fire. The ground is subsiding, their refuge is collapsed, and the soldiers bear nothing but wrenches and hammers. Terrain and enemies will differ in places, but I don't know how they differed in the first place. So that doesn't really mean much to me. Yeah, that doesn't mean a whole lot to me. It just means we're gonna be playing hard mode. Oh wait, there's plot before this? I thought there was plot after this. Now I gotta check. Is there plot before and after this? And I don't know. I don't know nothing. It's just a before operation, I guess. Okay. Anyway. What's the situation? Areas D and E have been severely damaged. The structures in other areas have sustained various degrees of damage as well. 19 people have light injuries, with nobody seriously injured as of yet. Fortunately, we followed the instructions given to you and the doctor. Managed to move most of them to a safe area ahead of time. No. Nowhere is safe right now. Everywhere around you is dangerous. Our entire stronghold has been completely exposed to the Sarkas. They're not going to stop until they've blasted this place into smithereens to make sure that we have nowhere to hide. How much time do we have? 30 minutes. Maybe even less than that. The nearby plates are pretty old, and if we take the power of the artillery we've seen before and multiply that by the theoretical maximum output value, we won't even have 30 minutes before the structure above us collapses right on top of our heads. Let Harbo know and we'll start the train right away. Train? You all should have seen it before. A few kilometers above us is a train station. God, how huge are these city plates? I thought all the stations were occupied by the Sarkas. And all we have to do is take that one back. Now that the Sarkas have cut off all our pathways to other boroughs, this is the last chance we have to evacuate Sudian. Heidi, once we leave Sudian, do you have a way to keep us out of sight? Yes, I've been preparing for this. Once we arrive at the next station, we'll have friends who will disguise us until we successfully enter Central Londinium. Good. The biggest question mark will be whether or not we can safely board the train. Lavicia, how far are we from the city walls? Very close, if we take the underground passages. I'd like to try climbing them from beneath. Amiya, are you planning to... We'll buy time for the Cell Salvation Corps to retreat. Block all exits from the targeted plate and keep your eye on the train station. I don't want them crawling into the next gutter over. That's the motion tracking ground targeting system. In case you still have some fight in them and plan to escape via the surface via vehicle, I'll greet them with even more intense fire. Strengthen the defenses of all points inside the city walls. Also change the control passwords for the defense artillery so no one but me can deactivate it. Good. You're already taking adequate precautions. General, you're here? In a matter of moments, these pesky insects will have nowhere to hide. The Londinium rebels will never again dare to poke their heads out. More importantly, nobody will be able to go in and out of the dark passages we cannot see. The only thing the Dukes outside will hear will be our hand-picked messages. No one will interfere with our project's progress again. Manfred, am I not welcome to share this moment of triumph with you? Please do not mock me so, Your Highness. Oh, you've gotten better than before. We hardly spoke 5 sentences, and you've already realized we are not Therasis. Your Highness, whether or not His Majesty is willing to turn a blind eye to you, should you draw the attention of the Confessory, they will surely petition His Majesty to restrict your movements. Very well. As you said, the military commission cannot allow 2 men to call the shots. In that case, I'll shift to an appearance I'm more comfortable with. How unusual that you're willing to meet with me using the same appearance you take at the royal court. We vowed not to use the vases of the dead, so as not to scare you and your men. You came back sooner than expected. Even though you helped us root out the rebels' dens, they may still have an escape route I haven't found. You could uphold your end of the deal and follow them until every last rebel has fallen into our hands. Do you really think that doctor can keep us hidden for so long? More importantly, Manfred, you must not forget that we do not belong to you. I was out of line. Please, forgive me. Don't talk to us the same way you do to old Pink Eyes. We've told you before. We won't fall for that drivel. As you wish, Your Majesty, Your Highness. Since you decided to come back ahead of time, did you find what you were looking for underground? That King of Sarkaz is stronger than we thought, but it is far from mature. She knows little of what she is about to face. If we want to learn more about her, that will have to wait until she meets Her Majesty. You'd better not let the Confessory hear those words. And why not? They'll think that Damascus cluster of the royal court. The Damasti. The heck's a Damastis? Nazi. I'm guessing that's not I'm guessing that's not a word with backing to it. Like Masti, Damasti, like Mazda. I'm confused, Gavin. I'm sorry. Damasti. I have such an issue with words. They'll think the Damastic cluster of the royal court had a change of heart. And why would you think that matters to us? Mazda is a car. Oh, thank you. Manfred, we've already done what we promised you. You and the vampire can clean up the rest of the mess yourselves. Alright. Next time we speak, pick an identity for us that is still alive. Vina? Ami and the doctor have already left. Good. First wave of Salvation Corps forces are rushing towards the station above us. Hurry! Pick up the pace! Once they capture the station, injured troops and non-combatant civilians will be forced aboard the train. Mr. Ballin, can I trouble you and the medics to tend to the injured with restricted mobility? Everyone, please pay attention to the signal lights on both sides of the passage. And don't get lost. Most of the command structure will go with the injured and the civilians, except... Have all our people enter the retreat channel. The integrity of the superstructure is continuing to erode. Commander, we have to get out of here quick. As long as everyone's inside, I'll be right behind you. 12, sit rep. Commander, the underground areas won't hold for much longer. Are enemies really still coming down? Report. Dana, should we go with Bones group? We're staying. Staying? You gonna stay here with Commander Clavicia? I have a feeling... maybe she's getting it too. The strongest enemy might not be above us right now. The cannons. Horn, the defensive cannons are activating again. It's time to targeting the plate closest to the city walls. From what I can tell, they're not aiming at us. There's no guarantee that the surrounding areas are safe. Run! Hurry! Where's my daughter? Has anyone seen my daughter? Look out! Get inside the sturdiest building as quickly as you can. No. Get away from the city walls. Now. Okay. It's nice to see Horn all fully equipped again. She's just been wearing a Tarn outfit the whole time. So this is Londinium's defensive artillery. Based on the current situation, it won't be long until the cannon fire penetrates the plate and destroys the base structure. Those damn Sarkas. Is this the moment they've been waiting for? They're trying to destroy the city? No. They've only activated a small number of cannons. Their targets are quite clear. They're trying to eradicate us. And our friends. Horn, what should we do? Among the soldiers who came back with us yesterday, how many were originally part of the city's defense forces garrisoned here? Call them over. Bring the best equipment we've got. Tell them it's time to take back these walls from the Sarkas. We're almost there. Careful. Don't trip and fall. Are you hanging in there? Ugh. It's hard to say. Yeah, I know where you're coming from. I've also made the big mistake of trusting people I shouldn't. After that, for an entire month, it took everything I had to force myself to keep going. As soon as I stopped, well, I feel like I couldn't look Ami in the eye. Well, the battle's not over yet. People don't have enough time to catch their breaths. It'd be too much of a luxury for me to mourn or wallow in self-pity. Mr. Feist? You need help? I can calm you down. How? Is that some sort of Orginium arts? Something like that. So, do you also help your men with psychological treatment? Under normal circumstances? If the operator thinks it's necessary. Amia won't see her people become Cold War machines. Mr. Feist, did I come off the wrong way? No, it's not. That's not it. I was just thinking you have some truly amazing arts. Even a big place like Lindinio. I've hardly seen anything like them before. Miss Samia, I appreciate your kindness. But I don't think I'm ready to drive that scene out of my head so quickly. And we'll just have to get right back to work. Let's do it. Drones are showing that the defense structure layer above us is very thick. Can it be blown up? Not likely. If Londinium's defenses could get blown up so easily, well, let's just say we would have stormed the shard yesterday. I believe in you, Closure. I appreciate that, Doctor. You sure know how to twist your employees' arms. I finished scanning the lift, and as soon as you guys can open up enough of a gap for me to push the drone through, I should be able to hack into the lift and take control of it. Of course, you'll have to find a bigger gap to get yourselves up first. Doctor, don't you think you should send a signal and call Misery over? He has work to do. Fine. Guess we'll have to do it ourselves. Maybe the locals over here can give me some inspiration. If you can locate the support structure and apply an extremely strong external force, you might be able to open a little seam. That one's rapidly approaching our location. Oh, get tired. Excuse me. Did the Sarkaz expect us to find a way to climb up the wall? Who cares about that? I'll have the drone pack some more Genium explosives. Feist, calculate the position. I'll think of some way to apply the explosive. He's here. Oh dear. We meet again, leader of Rhodes Island. What happened to W? Are you sure you should be worrying about her right now? I heard you folks were short on time. I'm willing to set aside whatever happened between you two, as well as whatever happened at Chernobyl, Scout. But, Mr. Mercenary, if you intend on standing in our way, I'll cut you down without mercy. For any mercenary, dying at the hands of Her Majesty's heir would be a great honor. You better hurry up, Amia. The bomb I planted just started ticking down. 1 minute, that's all the time we've got. I'll stop Hodier. No, Miss Amia. Let me handle this mercenary. Your Feist? I found the support column. Plus I have a plan. Though I don't know how solid it is. If it works out, you and the doctor need to seize the opportunity to get up the wall. I know you, young warrior. I also know that look in your eyes. The weight of everything you've lost has finally begun to set in. You've lost your ability to trust in the soundness of your own decisions. Lost? Sorry, but even if I had the time, I'm not interested in a heart-to-heart with a butcher. Over here. Another smoke bomb. Even if I'm short a usable arm, your little tricks won't work on me. Come on, Sarkaz. Give me your worst. Let me taste your sword, your machete, whatever weapons you've got on you. Trying to draw me away. Not a very sensible strategy. Empty bravado with no self-awareness is not going to buy you any miracles. Even if all your men were here, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Ugh. Pretty ugly run there. Without help, you're gonna bleed out soon enough. After all, you're just a craftsman. You and your men wave around wrenches and hammers. and hope that is enough to hold back Sarkaz's blades tempered by centuries of war. Beg the King of Sarkaz for help. Have her deal with me. The King of Sarkaz? What are you talking about? Sarkaz? You're the ones who brought the war to Londinium. This is the war between us. 30 seconds. Amiya, focus your energy. Hold on tight, Doctor. Mr. Feist, I need your location. Mercenary, are you seeing this? Another flashy toy. Stop resisting. You can't fool me. Sure, you're right. Please, one last push. A metal crab? A mechanical toy? What's your play here? Stop screwing around. No, that's the most important thing you've taken from me. I've never fought alone. Look, old Build helped me out again. All thanks to your paranoia, mercenary. My paranoia? You're using my... Aha! Do you finally get it now? Every time you swung your blade at me, you were carving your path to your defeat. Amiya, how do you cut through the structural layer? Hurry. Take aim. The bomb's about to blow. 3, 2, 1. Ugh. It's been split open. That's a wide enough gap. Alright, you're up. Drone? The lift is ours now. Doctor? Let's head up. Feist, are you hanging in there? Grab onto the zipline and we'll head up after them. You're not going anywhere. Closure, have any more explosives? Yeah. Catch. You. Thanks for the hand, mercenary. Alright. Now this one was red, which means it's gonna suck really bad. Oh boy, it has these things. Which means I need a ranged unit. And I have nobody with the range to do that. There's a lot going on right now. And these things need to die as quickly as possible. Because they are doing an enormous amount of necrosis damage to me. And necrosis damage is very bad. Very bad for my health.
I am aware.
Alright, that's one. Oh dang, I need a second one. Franka, do my job for me. Okay, that definitely didn't work. And the necrosis damage is really getting to me. That's fast, okay. Alright, so...
Snap out of it. Get running.
So we need Honeyberry. We need Honeyberry very badly because I cannot do skills with, without Honeyberry. Okay.
After our mission's over, Why don't we all celebrate together?
Okay, next up, I need a ranged unit. Where's Scene at? Scene can help me out. They're gonna spawn from both locations. It's gonna suck. Yeah, they're definitely just gonna spawn from both locations.
仕方ありませんわね。
The sooner we're out, the sooner we're on break.
Get a hold of your breathing and relax.
一気にかかってこい。
Need to kill that as quickly as possible.
指揮する人がいるって不思議な感じにターゲットが視界から消えちゃうのは嫌よね。気をつけな。
We're not here to be courteous.
Is there anything you need me delivering?
勝利か鹿だ。
空気がよどんでいますわね。
Let's begin.
ちゃんと狙って投げないと。見えなくなっちゃった。
Got it. You can't stop me. Awaiting orders.
Everyone, hang in there. せかさないでくださる？
ビビってんじゃん。
無礼者。
Oh, that sucks. That sucks a lot.
We all simply have differing viewpoints. No more.
Well, that was about a third of the stage.
薬の瓶がみんな割れちゃった。
Somebody also kind of probably needs to tank hits from what's going on over there. Because those guys are just gonna beat up Honeyberry.
出発します。新たな挑戦ね。指揮する。見えなくなっちゃった。
Everyone, focus on fighting. Just leave treatment to everyone. Hang in there.
勝利か鹿だ。
We all simply have differing viewpoints. No more.
The orders. I've got a way to.
見えなくなっちゃった。
So this is war. I will hear you all out afterwards.
We're not here to be courteous.
力と栄光を。
空気がよどんでいますわね。
やってやるってんだ。
Get a hold of
Enforcing. By your order. Be careful not to fall from here, everyone.
Go get a hold of your baby and relax.
Too many enemies to deal with.
We're not here to be courteous.
This is the risk we must face for the sake
This
of
is definitely a
ultimate victory.
DPS issue.
There are times we must bear the cost of defeat too. Am I wrong?
These big guys aren't really an issue in terms of, in terms of dealing damage by themselves. The problem is, if I don't take them out, then I have to deal with the increasing damage that the little guys do. Which is why I want to take them out. But I have a hard time taking them out because I can't get to them. See if I can make this work.
My equipment is ready. We can start anytime.
Arrived at designated position. Treatment target sighted. No matter what trouble we're in, I'll face it together with all of you.
This battle is by no means out of animosity. By your order.
Everyone, hang in there.
So this...
Struggle with an ideal to support it is far from meaningless.
I've got a way to treat you here.
Yeah, she just got annihilated.
Doctor, あまり自分を責めないで。この結果はあなたのせいじゃないわ。
Flametail just couldn't handle all that. So pushing everyone in up here doesn't really work out all that well. Somebody's gotta take a hit. And that's gonna be a problem. Who's gonna take the hit? gonna need to stare at this a couple more times.
Deru.
新たな挑戦ね。指揮する。もっと早く動けるわ。
Everyone, focus on fighting. Just leave treatment to everyone. Hang in there. Rust and the scent of rust.
一気にかかってこい。
We'll simply have differing viewpoints.
I've got a way to treat you here.
もっと早く動けるわ。
気をつけなきゃ。 Get a hold of your breathing.
もっと早く動けるわ。
So this.
勝利か。鹿だ。
Hang on, everyone. Hang in there.
By your order. Enforcing. Be careful not to fall from here, everyone.
音が流星のようだ。よくそうやって言われるの。
God, 3 of them is just too much.
はい、お薬です。
And forbid 4.
スタンバイ。前線を維持。 Let's begin. 大丈夫。治ります。はい。はい。
And then we have the hate gorgers too, so that's fun. That's great. Wonderful.
May have underestimated this operation.
Alright, we're gonna need to get a little bit serious. Where's Weedy? Where's Weedy? I need Weedy. Okay, somebody needs to take down these guys as soon as they come out, because I cannot have them being around. So, Minimalist does a fine job of that, so long as I can get him up in time. I'm dealing with the top one. Bottom one, a little bit harder to deal with, since I don't have the right range for that. I can't exactly spend time with I can't spare the extra people. Well, I suppose I could go more defensive and put Weedy behind things. Let's review how this works. Oh, there's still one more person. Okay, they have increased attack, and their attacks will deal additional necrosis. So long as they're sufficiently meaty, it shouldn't take all that much damage then. And with Weedy, I could probably kill them instantly. Because Weedy S3 just kind of kills the slugs very well.
みんな、私の指示を聞いて。
So who's gonna deal with the bottom lane? I could use an Arts Guard, maybe. Serves a similar purpose. I can also try Tequila. How about Asticia? She's got somewhat HP. I could try her.
Leave the rear to me. Go show them what you're made of.
And then I can just have your Nar and maybe have your Rain deal with this
次の現場
stuff.
はどこ
But who's gonna take the explosion? That's the problem. That's the exploding bits. Uh...
皆の行動に気を配っておく
When in doubt, wife.
出る。
新たな挑戦ね。
腰抜け野郎が。
何か指示は尻尾が流星のようだ。よくそうやって言われるの。
Everyone, hang in there.
ビビってんじゃね
何か指示はありますか？
No matter what trouble with.
尻尾が流星のようだ。よくそうやって言われるの。
No matter what trouble we're in, I'll face it together with all of you. 機材の準備
And they're dead.
ここにいるよ。自分を証明してみせるわ。
Everyone, hang in there.
え。力と栄光。
モンスター私に続け
何か指示はありますか？見えなくなっちゃった？準備はできているわ。この剣の輝きが星のきらめき。ここにいるよ。敵へロックオン。攻撃。
Let me witness. Get a hold of your breathing
I
and relax.
need a place to put down
や
monster.
ってやるってんだ。
That's unfortunate.
Get a hold of your breathing and relax. ここで大丈夫です。
Well, this is working a lot better
I've
now.
got a way to treat you here.
Thank you, Heidi, for
ここにいるよ。
having a win button.
援護お願い。
指揮する。尻尾が流星のようだ。よくそうやって言われるの。
私はここに。
指揮する人がいるって。
Get a hold of your breathing.
You know, how do I deal with these guys? I guess maybe I could just tank it, but... I don't see that working out very well.
No matter what trouble we're in, I'll face it together with all of you.
指揮する人が見えなくなっちゃった？機材の敵へロックオン。攻撃。
We're not here to be courteous.
Stand by. 気をつけなきゃ。戦線を維持。
What a waste of time.
Okay, there's more of these guys. Awesome. They will
I just
still
don't
stand
get you
there.
people.
But that's also close to the end, so I think we gotta work in strategy.
私が足止めするわ。平気平気。追い打ちをいなすのには慣れてるから。
Hmm.
出発の時間よ。常に身の回りには注意を払って。
Excuse me.
指揮する尻尾が流星のようだ。よくそうやって言われるの。
Everyone, hang in there.
勝利か鹿だ。
指揮する人がいるって不思議な感じね。リーフ、no matter what trouble、もっと早く動けるわ。
機材の準備は万全。
Get a hold of your breathing and relax. 気をつけなきゃ。準備はできている。ソルフェット。またターゲットが視界から消えちゃうのは嫌よね。Rest and the sense of no matter what trouble we're in, I'll face it together with all of you.
ここにいるよ。ここにいるよ。モンスター、私に続け。わかりました。
Yeah, I need to work on the not exploding bits.
Don't get discouraged. We still have a chance.
At least the practice modes don't take up 3 like older hard modes do. It's a small quality of life improvement, but something.
Alright, let me be clear. I don't have any prior combat experience. However, I am going to take this mission seriously.
腰抜け野郎が。
何か指示はターゲットが視界から消えちゃうのは嫌よね。
Vicky, I've got a way to treat you here.
一気にかかってこい。
Instrument is operating fine. Now scanning
タ
terminal.
ーゲットが視界から消えちゃうのは嫌よね。
Okay, that's not how I do that.
機材の。
何か指示ターゲットが視界から消えちゃうのは嫌よね。自分を証明してみせるわ。
ビビってんじゃね
治療が必要な人はいませんか？
No matter what trouble we're in, I'll face it together with all of you.
準備はできているの。剣の輝きは星のきらめき。発射。
Get a hold of your breathing and relax.
That's okay, I can deal.
何か指示はもっと早く動けるわ。
We're not here to be courteous.
わかりました。Get a hold of your breathing and relax. 機材の準備は万全。機材の。
みんなあっち行って。
よしとしましょう。はい。無駄なあがきはやめなさい。
何か指示は尻尾が流星のようだ。
罪に裁きを。ご来光庁。Everyone, hang in there.
Well, I kind of needed that short, pathetic man.
大丈夫。見えなくなっちゃった。
代のナチって
Your Nara is about to explode. That's okay.
ちゃんと狙って投げないと自分を証明してみせるわはい指揮する人がターゲットが視界から消えちゃうのは嫌よね Everyone hang in there 大丈夫治ります
Okay, aside from missing the one in the beginning, this wasn't too bad.
もっと早く動けるわ Get a hold of your breathing and relax
Yeah, I just need a moment. Just need a moment. Give me a moment. Moment of your time, son.
Everyone hang in there
Alright, there we go. Now we're all clean again.
最適な
I've got a way to treat ボが流星のようだよくそうやって言われるのわかりました準備はできているわ I've got a way to treat you here
So that wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I suppose, once again, it's slightly cheating if I have Calcit and Weedy. But I don't have all night, and I don't have forever to figure it out.
ドクター私に追わせてください
I am, after all, a woman with time and needs. And a voice who desperately needs a rest. Oh, it's not quite Unga Bunga. There was some strategy involved there. Not quite Unga Bunga. I got to use a Stysian. That's the first time I've used a Stysian in a while. And it was a good call. I feel proud about it.
Alright, let me be clear. I don't have any prior combat experience. However, I am going to take this mission seriously.
腰抜け野郎が
Of course, all this is assuming the cannon fires at the right spot. If it doesn't, well, I'm gonna have an issue.
I've got a way to treat you here
力と栄光
Okay, don't want anything to leak.
見えなくなっちゃった
Instrument is operating fine.
No matter what trouble we're in I'll face it together with all of you
And goodbye.
機材の準備は万全指揮するボが流星のようだよくそうやって言われるの
勝利か鹿だ
Get a hold of your breathing and relax ここにいるよナチって私の出番かしらトルネット私たちの見えなくなっちゃった行きます
モンスター私に続け
Everyone hang in there 何か指示はありますか Is there anything he lifted his slaughterer's blade not believing that he could earn the love of a different line Is there anything you need me delivering?
Nailed it.
サポートは任せるわ
Of course, if this guy slips through, then I won't have nailed it.
Get a hold of your breathing and relax
It did not slip through. We're good. Okay, that's a separate problem. I needed that twink.
何か指示はありますかターゲットが視界から消えちゃうのは嫌よねスタンバイ Get a hold of your breathing and relax
こにいるよ。
Do I have to jump down? I've got a real penchant for that. I've got a way to treat you here.
Yeah, this is gonna be a problem to me.
Everyone, hang in there.
Because I needed that healing very badly.
ここは通さない。治療が必要な人はいませんか？行きます。
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Things have, kind of escalated quite a bit.
機材の準備は万全。
ちゃんと狙って投げないと。
ここにいる。
はい、行きます。
位置につきまし。気脈雷製法。重火
I don't think I'm coming back from this.
お薬です。受け取ってください。
Yep, not this one. Not this one. That one got a little bit away from me.
力が入らない。でもまだ倒れるわけには。
I think I need to switch out Flametail for one of the heavy defenders.
出発します。
Although if I do that, then she's probably going to take up the aggro. Unless I put down Dinar.
腰抜け野郎が。
I'll figure it out.
もっと早く動けるわ。
Arrived at designated position. Treatment target sighted. If you oldest, get a hold of your breathing and relax.
やってやる。力と栄光を。
Instrument is operating fine. Now scanning terrain.
もっと早く動けるわ。
Russell it.
I just don't get you people.
Got it. You can't stop me.
自分を証明してみせるわ。
And that spawned on top of the blue box, so that doesn't help me. I gotta wait one. I gotta put down Weedy, then Minimalist. Because if I don't put down Weedy first, then that guy leaks through because Zima can't do enough.
Shitsugi. 新たな挑戦ね。
腰抜け野郎が。
指揮する人がいる。もっと早く動けるわ。
Everyone, focus on fighting. Just leave treatment to me. Keep the order. Get a hold of your breathing and relax.
ビビってんじゃね
Alright, there we go.
指揮する人が流星のようだ。よくそうやって言われるの。
Instrument is operating fine.
I've got a way to treat you here.
何か指示はありますか？見えなくなっちゃった？
治療が必要な人はいませんか？
機材の準備は万全。
No matter what trouble.
消えロックオン。攻撃。
勝利か。鹿だ。
Everyone, hang in there.
できているわ。フレディー部、翼を振って。
Nope, nope, nope. Hold on. Hold on. There we go.
行きます。援護お願い。
何か指示はあります。もっと早く動けるわ。
やってやるってんだ。
Hi Zoe, Rivex, for stopping by. Stop shooting Mer, please. I dislike that.
Get a hold of your breathing and relax. はい、先制を維持。
Okay, I need Lazy now.
I'll face it together with all of you.
ここにいる敵へロックオン。攻撃。
Let's begin. 位置につきました。
大丈夫。
大砲の本質は己が内面と大地を一体化するところにある。
何か指示はありますか？
Got it. No matter what trouble we're in,
Oh, we got a problem, and that is,
もっと早く動けるわ。
当然、私だろ。
yeah,
私に続け。
Lazy doesn't reach that far. And I'm about to have a good case of the explodies.
Everyone, hang in there.
I should have pointed her down.
機材の敵へロックオン。攻撃。
ここで大丈夫です。
少し落ち着いて、いつも通りになればいい。
Yep, can't handle the necrosis. Alright.
I may have underestimated this operation.
So if I pointed Lazy down, I might have not had that issue of exploding. Because I really needed her to take care of the big guys. She's pretty good at that.
Deru.
新たな挑戦ね。何か指示はありますか？見えなくなっちゃった。
Everyone, focus on fighting. Just leave treatment to me. I've got a way to treat you here.
力と栄光を。
我が流星のようだ。よくそうやって言われるの。
So then,
Get a hold of your breathing and relax.
気をつけなきゃ。もっと早く動けるわ。ここにいる。少し落ち着いて。
Get a hold of your breathing and relax.
ちゃんと狙って投げないと。この剣の輝き。
Charging up, charging up, charging up. And Flametail did too good of a job.
ちゃんと狙って投げないと。
Things went exploding.
みんな先に行って。私が足止めするわ。平気平気。追い打ちをいなすのには慣れてるから。
私の指示に従ってください。
私 私を目で追えるかしら。
Okay, Honeyberry, then Heidi.
指揮する尻尾が流星のようだ。よくそうやって言われるの。
I've got a way to treat you here.
一気にかかってこい。
And Weedy.
リーフ頑張ろうね。
当然私だ。
何か尻尾が流星のようだ。よくそうやって言われるの。
Until these guys are down there,
Keep away.
then I can kill everything at once.
ここにいるよ。
Oh, that didn't quite work.
尻尾が流星のようだ。よくそうやって言われるの。
Everyone,
ビビってんじゃね
少し落ち着いた。いつも通りの色だよ。
指揮する人がいるって不思議な感じね。ここに。
お薬です。受け取ってください。
Well, this is gonna be slightly
私
problematic.
の出番かしら。ソルフェット、私たちの盾となれ。 The young prince saw the other reach for the crown, and he raised his sword.
Seema, did you do
I
that?
just don't get you people.
ドクター、私があなたを守ります。
Oh. I got it one time. I got it one time. I'm having a hard time just opening it up.
ドクターの期待は絶対に裏切れません。
新たな挑戦ね。
腰抜け野郎が。
指揮する尻尾が流星のようだ。よくそうやって言われるの。
Give the orders, everyone. Hang in there.
やってやる。一気にかかってこい。
指揮する尻尾が流星のようだ。よくそうやって言われるの。
So this. Keep away.
指揮する人がいるって不思議な感じね。見えなくなっちゃって。ヒエロくん、攻撃。
Get a hold of your breathing and relax.
一気にかかってこい。
自分を証明してみせるわ。
指揮する人尻尾が流星のようだ。よくそうやって言われるの。
I've got a way to treat you here. 機材の準備は万全。準備はできているわ。ソルフェット、みんなあっち行って。
What a waste of time.
やってやるってんだ。
サポートは任せるわ。
Alright, we're good.
やってやるってんだ。
来語を聞きなさい。お薬です。受け取ってください。位置につきました。
ここにいるよ。
I've got a way to treat you here. スタンバイ。ここは通さない。
何か指示は。尻尾が流星。
ご静停。来い。No matter what trouble we're in, I'll face it together with all of you.
ここにいるよ。
Draw swords.
Get a hold of your breathing and relax.
Awaiting orders.
何か指示はありますか。
Got it.
No matter what trouble we're in, I'll face it together with all of you.
何か指示はありますか。もっと早く動けるわ。
Let me witness this with
ここにいる。発射。
丈夫。治ります。ここで大丈夫です。自分を証明してみせるわ。
Okay, I lost Lazy, but I can maybe still handle this. Looks like the drones have disappeared too.
私に続け。
指揮する人がいるって不思議な感じね。
I've got a way to treat you here.
指揮する人がいるって不思議な感じね。もっと早く動けるわ。
Okay, I don't need that.
No matter what trouble we're in, I'll face it together with all of you.
みんなあっち行って。
Alright, we should be good now.
私の出番かしら。
I can kill this guy very quickly.
I've got a way to treat you here.
So this is war.
よくない私。
何か指示は見えなくなっちゃった。
And
ここにいるよ。
fire.
消えろ攻撃。
Everyone, hang in there.
Alright, we got it.
指揮する。見えなくなっちゃった。
ライムを聞きなさい。I've got a way to treat you here.
And goodbye.
ここにいる。みんなあっち行って。
Nothing like a dose of liquid nitrogen to cool you
戦場
down.
の後片付けはしなくていいの？わかった。じゃあ撤収しましょう。
Cold drop, and more cold drop. Very nice. Not that I need coal. What I need, most of all, is I need tokens. Give me Heidi tokens. A notebook comprised of awkward handwriting and yellowed pages. She often still dreams of writing at her writing desk in the county of Torn. The forest of oaks beyond her window blankened by the snowstorm.
Doctor.
Finally, I can give Heidi something to work with. Gets her down to 8. That's a start plus the redeploy. The thing is, all welfare operators have a high redeploy time of like 80. So you need the token just to get them down to the average redeploy time of 70. Alright, there's still, where's the next tokens at? Next token is 1017, and then I think there's one at, H101 and H102. But we shall get to there maybe next time. I'm gonna need at least a break for another day. Give me that. Give me that. Alright, let me see if I can find somebody to raid now. I've had a long night. Is she any good? You can do some funny shenanigans with Heidi. I mean, and her attack cycle lines up a little bit better with some other skill cycles, more so than Sora. She basically has low cycles and can adjust block count. It's most effective in Chapter 10, though, where she gets her, like, supercharged SP buff. Like, she's not a great unit. She's a welfare unit. Most welfare units can, like, border on... They have some utility to them. But I like her. She's a good Kit Kat. Okay, let's see. It's 10 p.m., so Lyra's definitely not stringing, doing pizza night anymore. Somebody's doing Arknights memoir. And I have followed them, so I assume that they're a decent person. Arknights memoir was kind of fun. Doesn't actually have a boss in it, which makes it a bit of a unique event. But Arknights memoir does relate to a lot of what's going on in Chapter 10, so if you're interested in any of that, you might be interested in this. Have a good night, everybody.